Hi and welcome to this first lesson. I'm so happy you're here and I want to start by saying bravo for taking this step. Preparing for the DELF A1 exam is a great way to stay motivated, track your progress and achieve a real milestone in your French learning journey. In this first video, we will explore everything you need to know before you start studying. What exactly is the DELF A1? How is the exam structured? How much time do you get for each part? And finally, how are you evaluated? Let's dive in. What is the DELF A1? Let's start with the basics. DELF stands for Diplôme d'études en langue française, which means Diploma in French Language Studies. It's an official exam that was created by the French Ministry of Education to evaluate and certify your level of French. It's recognized internationally, so it's a great addition to your CV, your school application, or just to feel proud of your progress. There are 6 levels in the DELF system: A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, and C2, going from beginner to fluent. A1 is the very first level. At this stage, you're expected to understand very basic everyday French, introduce yourself and others, ask and answer simple questions, use common expressions in familiar situations like shopping, direction, personal info, and interact with people who speak slowly and clearly. Think of it as the level where you start to survive in French. Order food, greet someone, read a sign, or fill out a form. If you're here, you probably already know some French. Maybe you've studied it for a few months, maybe you've done an app like Duolingo, or taken a beginner class. This course will help you solidify that foundation and get ready for the real exam. The DELF A1 exam has 4 parts: listening, comprehension de l'oral, reading, compréhension des écrits, writing, production écrite, speaking, production orale. Each of these parts is designed to test a different skill, and in this course we will prepare each of them one by one, with examples, exercise, and strategy. Let's look at them a bit more closely. Listening. In the listening part, you will listen to short audio clips, like public announcements, conversations in shops, or people introducing themselves, and you will answer questions based on what you hear. You will hear each recording twice, and the questions are usually multiple choice or true/false. At A1 level, the audio is quite slow and clear, so don't worry. We will practice this together. Reading. You will read simple text like a short message, an email, a schedule, an advertisement, a form, or a sign. And then you will answer questions to show that you've understood. Again, the format is multiple choice or short answers. Writing. This section usually includes 2 short tasks. The first one, filling out a form, for example, name, age, address, nationality. And the second part, writing a short message, like inviting a friend, thanking someone, or giving information. You don't need perfect grammar, but the message should be clear, complete, and organized. Speaking. This part is done one-on-one with an examiner. There are 3 tasks. Guided interview. You answer personal questions like name, hobbies, daily life. Information exchange. You look at a picture and ask-answer questions. Role play. You act out a short situation. For example, asking for the price of a train ticket. The examiner is very friendly. They are not trying to trap you. They just want to see if you can interact in French, even in a basic way. The importance of following the methodology in the DELF A1. Many students think that being good in French is enough to pass the DELF A1. But in reality, knowing the language is not enough. You also need to understand the exam format and follow a clear method. Each section of the exam has specific expectations: how to structure your answers, what kind of vocabulary to use, how much time to spend on each part. If you don't follow the methodology, you risk losing points. Not because your French is bad, but because you didn't do what the exam is asking for. That's why in this course we will show you exactly how to approach every task step by step. Learning to follow the right method can make the difference. Each section of the exam has specific expectations: how to structure your answers, what kind of vocabulary to use, how much time to spend on each part. If you don't follow the methodology, you risk losing points. Not because your French is bad, but because you didn't do what the exam is asking for. That's why in this course, we will show you exactly how to approach every task step by step. Learning to follow the right method can make the difference between 48 and 60 out of 100. And that can be the difference between failing and passing. Let's talk about something very important: how long each part of the exam lasts and how it's organized on the day of the test. The DELF A1 exam is divided into two main parts: the written part, done with a group of candidates, and the oral part, done individually with an examiner. Let's start with the written part. This part includes listening, reading, and writing, and it's usually happen in one sitting in the same room. You will be with other people taking the same exam. Don't worry, it's quiet and well organized. You will have a supervisor giving clear instructions before each activity starts. Here's how much time you have for each skills. Listening, comprehension de l'oral, around 20 minutes. You will hear short recordings like announcements or conversations and answer questions. The recordings are played twice with a short pause in between. The timing includes the audio and the time to answer. Reading, comprehension des écrits, it's around 30 minutes. You will read short text like emails, forms, or ads, and answer questions to check your understanding. The level is simple and the questions are clear. You can go back and reread as many times as you want within the time limit. Writing, production écrite, it's around 30 minutes. You will complete 2 short writing tasks, usually filling out a form and writing a short message, like an invitation or a thank you note. You will have time to plan, write, and review your answers. So the total time for the written part is approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. After that, you will do the oral exam, but not immediately. Usually there is short waiting time because the speaking section is done one-on-one with an examiner. You might wait 10 minutes, 30 minutes, or even an hour. It depends on the schedule. Make sure to bring water and a book or something to relax with while you wait. Once it's your turn, the oral exam lasts about 5 to 7 minutes. Yes, it's short, but it's focused and structured. You will have to introduce yourself, answer some personal questions, describe a situation, and interact with the examiner using basic French. In total, including both the written and oral parts, expect the exam to last around 1.5 hours, maybe a bit more with waiting time. It's a short and accessible exam, but you still need to manage your time well. That's why we will give you tips in each section of this course to help you stay calm, organized, and confident on exam day. Evaluation and scoring. Now let's look at how you grade. Each of the 4 parts is scored out of 25 points. So the total is 100 points. To pass, you need at least 50 points in total and at least 5 out of 25 in each skill. So let's say you're very strong in reading and writing but struggle with listening. That's okay, as long as you score at least 5/25 in every part and your overall score is 50 or more, you will get your diploma. The diploma will show your final score, but not the detail for each part. And here's something important, the DELF A1 is valid for life. It doesn't expire. Once you pass, it's yours forever. Why is this useful? Passing the DELF A1 shows that you can use French in real life, not just in a classroom. You have a real goal and that you're achieved it. You're ready to move on to A2 and beyond. It's also a big confidence boost. Many learners feel shy or unsure at the beginning, and this is your chance to prove to yourself that yes, you can communicate in French. In this course, I will guide you through every part of the exam. You will get clear explanation, practice exercise, real examples, vocabulary tips, speaking and writing models, and PDF that you can download to help you review. You don't have to do this alone. I'm here to help you every step of the way. See you in the next lesson. Hi again and welcome to this lesson of your DELF A1 preparation. In the last video, we talked about the structure and timing of the exam. Now that you know what to expect, let's focus on something just as important. How to prepare efficiently without stress or waste time. That is exactly what we will talk about today. By the end of this video, you will have a clear study plan, helpful strategies, and practical tips to make your preparation easier, smarter, and more enjoyable. Let's go! First is the common mistake many students make. They try to study everything without a clear focus. That's not efficient and it's not necessary. The DELF A1 exam is very specific. It only tests what you need to know at a beginner level. You don't need advanced grammar, complex vocabulary, or long essays. You just need to be able to communicate in basic everyday situations. That's why your preparation should be targeted. Focus on the 4 skills of the exam: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. And practice tasks that are similar to the real test. And guess what? That is exactly what this course is here for. Start with a quick self-evaluation. Before jumping into exercise, take a moment to ask yourself, which skill is my weakest? Do I understand basic conversation when I hear them? Can I write a simple message in French? Do I feel confident speaking or do I freeze? Do I know common vocabulary for everyday situation? You don't need to be perfect. That's normal, but this will help you prioritize. Let's talk about something essential, your study rhythm. When we think about preparing for an exam, we often imagine long hours of studying, late nights, and intense revision. But that's not realistic, and it's not what you need for the DELF A1. You don't need to study 3 hours a day. What you do need is consistency, regular contact with the language, even in small doses, which bring much better results than one big study session once a week. This course is already structured to help you stay on track. All you have to do is follow it step by step. Each section of this course focuses on one skill: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. So you can simply align your weekly study plan with the structure of the course. Let me give you a simple example. Example wiki plan. So day 1, watch the first listening comprehension video. Day 2, move to reading comprehension section. Practice scanning and identifying keywords. Day 3, watch the writing lesson. Try filling in a form and writing a short message. Day 4, practice speaking. Repeat after me in the speaking video. Or do a role play with a friend or even just in the front of a mirror. Record yourself and listen back. Day 5, do a short review of everything, vocabulary, grammar, one listening activity. Day 6, watch a French video on YouTube or Netflix, or listen to a podcast, even if you don't understand everything, just to train your ear. Day 7, take a break or go back to something that was difficult for you. Rewatch one video or redo one writing exercise if needed. What if you don't have 6 or 7 days per week? That's okay. Even 3 focus sessions per week can be enough, especially if you're using this course. The lessons are short and the workbook exercises are designed to be effective and manageable even with a busy schedule. The key is not to rush, but to stay in contact with the language. French should become a small part of your daily or weekly routine, like brushing your teeth or checking your messages. It doesn't need to feel a big effort every time. Do it actively, not passively. There is a big difference between active and passive learning. Passive learning is when you just listen or watch something and hope it sticks. Active learning is when you do something with the material. It's how to be more active. After listening to a recording, repeat what you hear out loud. After reading a text, write a short summary in French. After learning 5 new words, use them in your own sentence. After watching a video, say out loud what you understood. Each time you speak, write, or create something, your brain learns more deeply. So don't just consume, practice, repeat, and use the language. Practice like it's the real exam. This part is absolutely essential. One of the best ways to feel confident and ready on exam day is to simulate the exam as much as possible during your preparation. That means practicing not only your French, but also the exact types of question, task, and timing you will face during the real DELF A1. Many students study vocabulary and grammar, but when they face the actual exam format, they get confused, anxious, or overwhelmed. Why? Because they didn't prepare in the same condition as the test. And this course is designed to bridge that gap. In every section of this course, you will find listening and reading exercise based on real DELF style questions. You will hear or read short authentic text and answer the same kind of multiple choice or true-false question as in the exam. Writing prompts and model answer. You will get to practice fill-out forms, writing short messages, and comparing your work with examples, so you know exactly what examiners expect. Speaking task and role plays. You will guide through the 3 parts of the speaking exam with videos, visual, and situations that reflect the real format. Vocabulary list and phrases grouped by exam theme. These help you feel ready to talk about common topics, like introducing yourself, daily activities, direction, food, shopping, and so on. By practicing these exam-style tasks, you will learn to understand the instructions quickly, get used to the timing and manage your stress, recognize the type of question that come back again and again, feel more confident because you already seen it before. Pro tip, try to recreate real exam conditions at least once a week. For example, set a timer, 30 minutes for writing, 20 minutes for listening. Don't pause or check anything while you answer. Correct yourself after using the model answers in the course. This kind of practice is one of the most powerful ways to improve fast. And the more you simulate the exam during this course, the more natural it will feel on the real day. So don't skip the practice task. There is not extra. They are part of what will make you succeed. Track your progress. Every week, take a few minutes to ask yourself, what did I improve this week? What is still difficult? Which topics or exercise do I want to review? It's motivating to see how far you've come. Even small wins matter. You can also set mini goals like, this week I will write 3 short texts. I will learn 20 new words related to the home. I will do 1 full listening practice. Small goals, big results over time. Believe in yourself, yes, really. Many students preparing the DELF A1 feel nervous or insecure. But let me tell you something. You can do it. The DELF A1 is made for people just like you. You don't need to be perfect, you just need to show that you can communicate in French. And with the right plan, the right tools, and the right mindset, you will get there. So to recap, focus on the 4 exam skills. Be consistent, study a little every day. Use active strategies, not just passive ones. Practice real exam tasks. Track your progress and trust the process. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson. Today we're going to focus on one of the most important skills for the DELF A1 exam, Listening. Listening can be difficult, especially in a foreign language. You may feel nervous, miss a word, or get lost halfway through the audio. But don't worry, in this video, you will learn concrete strategies to improve your listening skill and feel more confident during the DELF A1 exam. By the end of this lesson, you will know how to stay calm and focused, understand the structure of the recordings, train your ear for A1 level French, use time efficiently before and during the audio, avoid common mistakes. Let's get started. First, it's essential to know what to expect in the listening session. The DELF A1 listening test lasts about 20 minutes. You will hear 3 or 4 short recordings and each one is played twice. The recordings include public announcements, conversation in shops, at the station or on the phone, simple personal message, short dialogues about daily life. After each recording, you will answer a few multiple choice, true, false, or matching question. You don't need to write full sentence, just choose the right answer or tick the correct box. So tip number 1 is to learn the formats by heart. When you know what to expect, you feel less anxious and can focus on the audio itself. Use the preparation time wisely. Before each recording starts, you will have a short moment to read the instruction and the question. Use that time carefully. It's your chance to prepare your brain for what's coming. Here what's to do. Read the instruction. I used supposed to tick one box, choose 2 answers, write a number, read the questions. Try to understand what type of information you need. It is time, a place, a reason, a quantity. Look at the answer choices. They often give you clues about what to listen for. For example, if you see A, cinéma, B, supermarché, C, restaurant, then the audio is probably about something going out. This preparation time is short, usually around 30 seconds, but it's precious. Use every second. Listen with a goal. Many learners make the mistake of trying to understand everything, and that's not necessary at A1 level. You should listen with a clear goal in mind, answering the question. For example, if is where is the man going? You don't need to understand his job or his family. Just listen for a place. If the question is what time is the meeting, focus on numbers and time and ignore the rest. Train yourself to listen selectively. Focus on the part of the audio that matters for the question. Use the first listen to understand the context. Each recording is played twice. Use the first listen to get the general idea. Who is speaking? Where are they? What is the situation? Try not to panic if you miss a word or 2. Focus on the tone, the topic, and the setting. Ask yourself, it is a conversation, an announcement, a phone message. If you understand the situation, it becomes easier to catch the details the second time. Use the second listen to find the answer. During the second listen, be more focused. Now that you know the general context, listen for specific answers. You might recognize keywords that match the question. A number, a name, a day, a verb like acheter or prendre. Be careful, sometimes the answer comes at the end of the recording, so stay concentrated from start to finish. If you hear something that contradicts your first idea, don't be afraid to change your answer, but only if you're sure. Don't get stuck on unknown words. This is very important. If you hear a word you don't know, don't panic. Don't stop listening, just move on. At A1 level, the exam is designed so that you don't need to understand every word. Focus on what you do understand. Often a sentence contains several clues. Even if you miss one word, you can still understand the meaning from the rest of the sentence. Trust your ear and keep going. Get used to reading numbers, days, and places. In the listening test, you will often hear phone numbers, price, dates and days, times, especially in the 24-hour clock, name of places, train station, post office, restaurant, etc. These words are small but crucial. The answer often depends on them. Practice listening to numbers from 1 to 100. Practice hearing hours like 9h30 or 18h. Get familiar with days of the week, months, and common place names. Practice active listening before the exam. Don't wait for exam day to practice listening. Start now and do it regularly. Here's how to practice. Choose short recordings in French, dialogues, beginner podcast, or slow news. Listen once without subtitles. Try to understand the general idea. Listen again and write down keywords. What did you hear? What do you think it means? Check the transcript if available. Compare what you heard with what was actually said. Repeat. Try to listen to the same recording a few times until you understand most of it. Doing this 3 to 4 times a week will train your brain to understand French sounds, rhythm, and vocabulary, and help you react faster during the real exam. Train with real exam samples. Find official exam or practice DELF A1 listening exercise. This recording uses the same format, question types, and level as the real exam. The more you practice with them, the more confident you will be. Time yourself, do full listening tests, practice following the exact instruction. After each exercise, review your answers and check what you missed and why. What is because you didn't recognize the word? What is because you misunderstood the question? Or what is because you weren't focused? Learn from your mistakes. Last but not least, stay calm. Even if you don't understand everything, even if you are unsure of a few answers, keep going. The listening session is only part of the exam. You don't need a perfect score to pass, you need to show that you can understand basic French in everyday situation. So stay focused, use those strategies, and trust your preparation. You've been practicing, you learned the format, you've built the skills, now it's time to apply them with confidence. Let's review the main tips. Learn the format of the DELF A1 listening test. Use the time before each recording to read and prepare. Focus on the question. Don't try to understand everything. Use the first listen for the context and the second listen for the details. Don't panic if you hear words you don't know. Practice keywords, numbers, time, places. Listen to real French often and actively. Use mock exam to get used to the rhythm. Stay calm, you don't need to be perfect, just clear. So you're ready to face the listening test. In the next lesson, we will practice some real listening exercises together. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. Today, we're going to focus on the listening session of the DELF A1 exam. Specifically, we will look at the different types of questions you will see, the format of the audio recording, and how you can prepare effectively. If you've never taken the DELF before, or if it is your first official language exam, don't worry, we will go through everything step by step. The goal of this video is to make sure that when you arrive at the exam, nothing feels like a surprise. You will know what kind of audio you will hear, what kind of answers are expected, and how to approach each task with confidence. Let's get started. So the listening session is officially called comprehension de l'oral. It lasts about 20 minutes and usually includes 3 or 4 short recordings. These recordings are played twice. That means you have 2 chances to understand the content and answer the question. You will hear different types of spoken French, public announcement, short conversation, people introducing themselves, asking for information, or making plans. The speech is slow and clear, adapted for A1 level. Each recording is followed by a few multiple choice or true-false questions. You answer this on an answer sheet provided during the exam. Let's go into more detail about the kinds of audio recordings you will hear. Public announcements. This might be heard at a train station, airport, or in a store. You will need to understand basic details, numbers, place, time. Personal presentations. A person introduces themselves, name, age, nationality, job, hobbies. Example, je m'appelle Camille, j'ai 24 ans, je suis étudiante à Paris. You may be asked what's her job, where does she live, etc. Everyday dialogues. Short conversations in shops, restaurants, the streets. Someone asks for the price or something or how to get somewhere. The goal is to understand the general meaning and specific details. A phone messages or announcement, a voicemail or a record message with information. Often include times, date, or what action needs to be taken. Each recording is realistic but simplified for beginner learners. You don't need to understand every single word. Your goal is to get the essential information. Now let's take a closer look at the type of question you might see in the listening section of the DELF A1 exam. Understanding the format of the question is just as important as understanding the audio itself. Why? Because if you don't understand what you're supposed to do, you might lose points, even if you understand the audio correctly. So here are the 4 main types of questions you will come across. Multiple choice, QCM, question à choix multiple in French. This is the most common format. You will hear a short audio and then you will see a question with 3 possible answers, A, B or C. Your task is to choose the best answer that match what you hear and tick the correct box. For example, que veut la femme? A, un billet de train. B, un horaire de bus. C, un taxi. So you will listen to the conversation and maybe the woman says something like Je voudrais un billet de train pour Bordeaux. And that's your clue. The correct answer is A, a train ticket, un billet de train. These questions are very straightforward and they test your ability to understand key information like what someone wants, where they are going, or what they are asking for. The true-false question, vrai ou faux. Another very simple format. You will hear a sentence or a statement and you have to decide if it matches what was said in the audio. For example, l'homme va au cinéma. Vrai ou faux? You listen to the audio and hear Je vais au supermarché, pas au cinéma. That tells you clearly he's not going to the cinema. The correct answer is false. Sometimes the information is not direct. Maybe it's implied or said in a negative way. So always pay attention to small words like pas or to the tone of voice. Matching task like associer in French. These are very visual questions. You might see a list of names or speakers on one side and a list of action of preference on the other side. Your job is to match them correctly. For example, associer chaque personne à son sport préféré. And you can have a list of names and a list of sport and you have to listen carefully and to write the correct number or letter. This type of question tests your ability to understand who says what, and it's very useful to train your concentration. Short answers. This question type is less frequent at A1, but it can still appear, especially for very basic information, like a time, a date, or a name. You will hear a question like, what time is the appointment? À quelle heure est le rendez-vous? And you hear, le rendez-vous est à 10h30. Your answer should be 10h30. There's no need of full sentence, just write the specific piece of information that was asked. It could be a time, a day, a number, or a place. This question checks if you can pick out very precise information from the audio. And here's something important to remember. All instruction and questions are written in French, but they are written for A1 learners. That means the sentences are short, the vocabulary is simple, the layout is clear. You will also often see visual support to help you. A picture of a bus station, a calendar, a form, or even small icons to show what each stack is about. Use this image to help you understand the context before the audio starts. And here's something important to remember. All instructions and questions are written in French, but they are written for A1 learners. That means the sentences are short, the vocabulary is simple, The layout is clear. And you will also often see visual support to help you, like a picture of a bus station, a calendar, a form, and even small icons to show what each task is about. So on the exam day, here's what you can expect. The examiner will explain the instruction aloud. You will receive a booklet or an answer sheet with the question. Each audio is played twice with a short pause between repetition. You will have time after each recording to answer the question. You don't have to write in full sentences. Just tick, circle, or write short answers as required. Timing is important. You don't control the audio, so you have to stay focused. If you miss something in the first time, don't panic, you will hear it again. Tips to prepare effectively. Get used to the format. Use official DELF A1 sample papers to see what the question look like. Train your ear. Listen to slow French podcasts, YouTube videos, or the listening activities from this course. Repeat what you hear to improve your pronunciation and recognition. Focus on keywords. When listening, don't try to understand every word. Listen for important information, names, dates, place, numbers, verbs. Read the questions first. Before the audio starts, quickly look at the questions. This gives your brain a goal. You will know what to listen for. Take notes if it's helps. Use simple symbols of numbers during the first listen. Then confirm or correct during the second listen. Practice under real conditions. Set a timer, play the audio twice, don't pause, simulate the exam. Now that you understand how the listening session works, it's just as important to know what not to do. Many candidates lose points not because they don't understand French, but because they fall into avoidable traps. Let's go through the most frequent mistakes and how you can avoid them. Don't panic if you don't understand everything. Let it go, focus on what comes after. You will hear the recording twice, so don't worry. It's better to miss one detail than to get stuck. Don't try to translate every word in your head. Train yourself to think in French. Focus on the meaning, not the individual word. Get used to recognizing patterns like je voudrais or il y a. Don't focus only on keywords. Listen to the context. You recognize a word, for example, cinema, and assume that is the answer. Wait until you heard the full sentence or ID before answering. Listen not just for the word, but for what's happening. Don't ignore the instruction. Always read or listen to the instruction carefully. If it says « Cochez la bonne réponse », don't write a full sentence. If it says « Répondez par vrai ou faux », don't explain your answer. Don't change your answers without a good reason. After listening, you doubt yourself and start second-guessing your answer. Unless you're completely sure you made a mistake, trust your first answer. Often it's more accurate than the last-minute guess. Don't answer too quickly during the first listen. You feel confident and want to finish early? Use the first listen to understand and the second listen to confirm. Don't ignore visual clues. You focus only on the text and forget the layout or image. Look at the elements on the page before the audio starts. Image, symbols, or tables often help you guess the context and prepare your brain for what you will hear. And don't leave blanks. You're unsure, so you leave a question empty. Take a guess, especially if it's multiple choice. You have a 33% chance of getting right and no penalty for wrong answers. To recap, the listening session is manageable if you know what to expect. You will hear short, clear recordings played twice. You will answer simple questions, usually multiple choice or true-false. The goal is not perfection, but understanding the essential message. In this course, we will continue practicing with real examples. We will give you audio exercise, sample question, and tips to improve every week. So don't worry, you're on the right path. Keep practicing, stay calm, and follow the strategy we seen today. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson. Today, we're going to focus on something essential for the DELF A1, listening session and the key vocabulary. More specifically, the types of words and expressions that often appear in audio recordings at the A1 level. These are words you need to understand quickly when you hear them because they often contain the answer to the question or help you eliminate wrong choices. We will organize this vocabulary into categories that match the common theme of the DELF A1. People, place, time, numbers, direction, common verbs, emotion, food, and instruction. We will also go through real examples so you can hear and see how these words work in context. Personal information vocabulary. The DELF A1 recordings often begin with someone introducing themselves or giving basic information. You need to be able to recognize words related to name, like Je m'appelle Marie, my name is Marie. The age, j'ai 20 ans, I am 20 years old. Nationality, je suis espagnol, I am Spanish. The profession, je suis professeur, étudiant, étudiante, serveur, ingénieur, etc. The address, j'habite à Lyon, rue Victor Hugo. The phone number, mon numéro c'est le 06 12 34 56 78. The email address, mon adresse mail est marie@email.com. These details often come up in audio recording where someone fills a form or leaves a message. Pay special attention to how numbers sound in French, especially phone numbers. Practice hearing them in groups of 2. Days, dates, and time. You will almost certainly hear information about time in the listening section. For example, days of the week. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. You will have to know months. Janvier, février, mars, avril, mai, juin, juillet, août, septembre, octobre, novembre, décembre. Time expressions like à 10 heures, vers midi, avant 18 heures, après le déjeuner, entre 9 heures et 10 heures. And maybe specific dates like le 14 juillet, le 1er mai, le 25 décembre. For example, in a sentence, le rendez-vous est mardi à 9h30. Many listening recordings describe where someone is going or where something takes place. So here important place vocabulary. La gare, l'aéroport, l'école, la maison, la banque, le supermarché, la poste, le bureau, le restaurant, le cinéma, la pharmacie, le centre-ville, la boulangerie. Here's also common verbs of movement. Aller à, venir de, partir, arriver, entrer, sortir, prendre un bus, prendre un train, prendre un taxi, descendre, monter, traverser. Is an example of a sentence. Elle part de la gare et prend le métro jusqu'à la station Châtelet. Shopping situations appear often in the listening section. You might hear someone ordering something, paying, or asking for price. So here's key vocabulary. Combien? C'est combien? Ça fait combien? Je voudrais acheter, payer 1 kilo de, 1 litre de, une bouteille, un paquet, un ticket, une place en promotion. You will also need to know numbers from 1 to 100 and round price like 2,50 €, 17 €, 24,80 €. Here's an example. Ça fait 5,60 € s'il vous plaît. You might hear someone talking about their family, inviting someone, or describing who lives with them. Here's useful nouns. La mère, le père, la sœur, le frère, les parents, les enfants, la femme, le mari, une amie ou un ami, une collègue, un oncle, une tante, les grands-parents, le bébé. And here's some verbs and phrases. Habiter avec, inviter, rendre visite à, parler de, aller chez, passer du temps avec. For example, in a sentence, je déjeune dimanche chez mes parents. Many recordings describe simple routines, plans, or free time activities. Here's some verbs. Se lever, se coucher, travailler, étudier, manger, boire, faire du sport, aller au cinéma, regarder la télé, sortir avec des amis, faire les courses, cuisiner, nettoyer, faire la vaisselle. And here's some time expression. Le matin, l'après-midi, le soir, la nuit, tous les jours, le week-end, souvent, parfois, jamais, une fois par semaine, tous les lundis. For example, il travaille du lundi au vendredi et joue au foot le samedi. It's very helpful to know common question forms you might hear in the DELF A1 listening section. Many audio tasks involve short exchange, someone asking for information, making a request, or checking a detail. Here are some frequent question structures and expressions. Est-ce que vous avez? Est-ce que tu veux? Combien ça coûte? Où est-ce que tu vas? Quand est-ce qu'on part? Comment? Pourquoi? Qu'est-ce que tu fais? À quelle heure? Tu viens avec moi? C'est loin? Il y a une réduction? These questions are short, frequent, and directly connected to the answers that follows. Being able to recognize the structure, even if you don't understand every word, helps you locate the key information. And here, common answers and reaction. Oui, bien sûr. Non, désolé. Je ne sais pas. Peut-être. D'accord. Pas de problème. Ça dépend. Je pense que oui. Je pense que non. Je suis libre. Je suis occupé. Je suis d'accord. Bonne idée. Many of these expressions are short and used frequently in everyday speech. Recognizing them will help you answer questions like, What did the person agree to? If the person is available, does the person know the answer? Let's look at an example dialogues. Tu veux aller au cinéma ce soir? Oui, bonne idée. À quelle heure commence le film? À 20h15. Tu viens demain? Je ne sais pas encore. Try to listen for the question word at the beginning. Combien, où, quand, comment, pourquoi. These are your signals that important information is coming. In conversation and explanation, speakers often use connectors, small words that show the relationship between ideas. These words help you understand the logic of what is being said. Here's some useful connectors and structures. Parce que, mais, et, ou, puis, ensuite, donc, alors, enfin, avant, après, pendant. These connectors often introduce explanation, comparison, consequence, or sequences. For examples, je ne viens pas demain parce que j'ai un rendez-vous chez le médecin. Tu veux un café ou un thé? Il part à 14h. Ensuite, il va au supermarché. You don't always need to understand the entire sentence, but if you hear parce que, you know an explanation is coming. If you hear ensuite, expect the next step. During the exam, you will be given tasks and directions, both spoken and written. That's why it's essential to understand common instruction words. Here are some instruction verbs. Cocher, entourer, relier, répondez, vrai, faux, choisissez, lisez, écrivez, complétez, écoutez. Here are some examples. Cochez la bonne réponse, reliez chaque phrase à la bonne image, répondez aux questions suivantes. Practice reading and hearing these verbs before the exam. If you misunderstand an instruction, you may lose points by giving the wrong type of answer, even if your French is correct. Many DELF A1 questions are simple if you understand what you're being asked to do. Knowing these words help you follow the test confidently. Understanding audio recording in the DELF A1 exam is not about understanding everything. It's about recognizing key vocabulary and knowing what to listen for. To prepare effectively, review and memorize vocabulary by category. Listen to short audio clips with the goal of identifying these words. Practice with dictation or write down what you hear to connect sound with meaning. Do mock exams and focus on the common topics: daily life, transport, time, shopping, and family. In the next lesson, we will practice listening with real example and build your skills step by step. For now, you can download the PDF vocabulary list that includes all the words we covered today. Review them this week and focus on recognizing them when you hear them. Thanks for watching and see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson. Today we're going to focus on one of the most important skills for the DELF A1 exam, listening. Listening can be difficult, especially in a foreign language. You may feel nervous, miss a word, or get lost halfway through the audio. But don't worry, in this video you will learn concrete strategies to improve your listening skill and feel more confident during the DELF A1 exam. By the end of this lesson, you will know how to stay calm and focused, understand the structure of the recordings, train your ear for A1 level French, use time efficiently before and during the audio, avoid common mistakes. Let's get started. First, it's essential to know what to expect in the listening session. The DELF A1 listening test lasts about 20 minutes. You will hear 3 or 4 short recordings and each one is played twice. The recordings include public announcements, conversation in shops, at the station or on the phone, simple personal message, short dialogues about daily life. After each recording, you will answer a few multiple choice, true, false, or matching question. You don't need to write full sentence, just choose the right answer or tick the correct box. So tip number 1 is to learn the format by heart. When you know what to expect, you feel less anxious and can focus on the audio itself. Use the preparation time wisely. Before each recording starts, you will have a short moment to read the instruction and the question. Use that time carefully. It's your chance to prepare your brain for what's coming. Here, what's to do. Read the instruction. Are you supposed to tick one box, choose two answers, write a number? Read the questions. Try to understand what type of information you need. It is time, a place, a reason, a quantity. Look at the answer choices. They often give you clues about what to listen for. For example, if you see A. Cinéma, B. Supermarché, C. Restaurant, then the audio is probably about something going out. This preparation time is short, usually around 30 seconds, but it's precious. Use every second. Listen with a goal. Many learners make the mistake of trying to understand everything, and that's not necessary at A1 level. You should listen with a clear goal in mind, answering the question. For example, if is where is the man going? You don't need to understand his job or his family. Just listen for a place. If the question is what time is the meeting? Focus on numbers and time and ignore the rest. Train yourself to listen selectively. Focus on the part of the audio that matters for the question. Use the first listen to understand the context. Each recording is played twice. Use the first listen to get the general idea. Who is speaking? Where are they? What is the situation? Try not to panic if you miss a word or two. Focus on the tone, the topic, and the setting. Ask yourself, it is a conversation, an announcement, a phone message. If you understand the situation, it becomes easier to catch the details the second time. Use the second listen to find the answer. During the second listen, be more focused. Now that you know the general context, listen for specific answers. You might recognize keywords that match the question, a number, a name, a day, a verb like acheter or prendre. Be careful, sometimes the answer comes at the end of the recording. So stay concentrated from start to finish. If you hear something that contradicts your first idea, don't be afraid to change your answer, but only if you're sure. Don't get stuck on unknown words. This is very important. If you hear a word you don't know, don't panic. Don't stop listening, just move on. At A1 level, the exam is designed so that you don't need to understand every word. Focus on what you do understand. Often a sentence contains several clues. Even if you miss one word, you can still understand the meaning from the rest of the sentence. Trust your ear and keep going. Get used to reading numbers, days, and places. In the listening test, you will often hear phone numbers, price, dates and days, times, especially in the 24-hour clock, name of places, train station, post office, restaurant, etc. These words are small but crucial. The answer often depends on them. Practice listening to numbers from 1 to 100. Practice hearing hours like 9h30 or 18h. Get familiar with days of the week, months, and common place names. The more familiar your ear becomes with these details, the faster you will react during the test. Practice active listening before the exam. Don't wait for exam day to practice listening. Start now and do it regularly. Here's how to practice. Choose short recordings in French, dialogues, beginner podcasts, or slow news. Listen once without subtitles. Try to understand the general idea. Listen again and write down keywords. What did you hear? What do you think it means? Check the transcript if available. Compare what you heard with what was actually said. Repeat. Try to listen to the same recording a few times until you understand most of it. Doing this 3 to 4 times a week will train your brain to understand French sounds, rhythm, and vocabulary, and help you react faster during the real exam. Train with real exam samples. Find official exam or practice DELF A1 listening exercise. This recording uses the same format, question types, and level as the real exam. The more you practice with them, the more confident you will be. Time yourself, do full listening tests, practice following the exact instruction. After each exercise, review your answers and check what you missed and why. What is because you didn't recognize the word, what is because you misunderstood the question, or what is because you weren't focused. Learn from your mistakes. Last but not least, stay calm. Even if you don't understand everything, even if you are unsure of a few answers, keep going. The listening session is only part of the exam. You don't need a perfect score to pass, you need to show that you can understand basic French in everyday situation. So stay focused, use those strategies, and trust your preparation. You've been practicing, you learned the format, you've built the skills, now it's time to apply them with confidence. Let's review the main tips. Learn the format of the DELF A1 listening test. Use the time before each recording to read and prepare. Focus on the question. Don't try to understand everything. Use the first listen for the context and the second listen for the details. Don't panic if you hear words you don't know. Practice keywords, numbers, time, places. Listen to real French often and actively. Use mock exam to get used to the rhythm. Stay calm, you don't need to be perfect, just clear. So you're ready to face the listening test. In the next lesson, we will practice some real listening exercises together. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson. We are going to do a realistic practice exercise to prepare for the DELF A1 listening exam. The focus of this exercise is listening to public announcements and vocal messages. This type of recording is very common in the DELF A1 exam. You might hear announcements at a train station, at airport, on a supermarket, but also spoken messages left on a voicemail or broadcast over a loudspeaker. These audio messages are short, clear, and focused on one specific topic. A delay, a schedule change, a closure, or important information. In this lesson, we will do the following. Listen to a realistic announcement or message, played twice, just like in the real exam. Read and analyze the related questions. Learn strategies for understanding this type of audio. Go over the transcript and key vocabulary. Review the correct answers and why they are correct. Note that you can follow exercise with your PDF workbook that you can download. Let's get started. Imagine you are at the train station. There is an announcement over the loudspeaker. Your task is to listen and understand the key information. In the exam, you will hear the audio 2 times. So here's the first instruction in French. Vous allez écouter plusieurs documents. Il y a 2 écoutes. Avant chaque écoute, vous entendez le son suivant. Dans les exercices 1, 2, 3 et 5, vous allez écouter plusieurs documents. Il y a 2 écoutes. Avant chaque écoute, vous entendez le son suivant. Dans les exercices 1, 2, 3 et 4, pour répondre aux questions, cochez X, la bonne réponse. So first, let's look at the multiple choice question before listening. Exercice 1. Lisez les questions, écoutez le document, puis répondez. Vous êtes en France? Vous entendez cette annonce à la gare. Question 1. Quel est le sujet de l'annonce? A. Un retard de train. B. Un objet perdu. C. Une grève en gare. Question 2. Quel est le train concerné? Le train pour Marseille? Le train pour Lyon? Le train pour Bordeaux? Question 3. Quelle est la nouvelle heure de départ? A. 14h10. B. 14h40. C. 15h. Now listen to the audio for the first time. Try to understand the general idea and don't panic if you don't catch every word. Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention s'il vous plaît. Le train numéro 45 587 en direction de Lyon, initialement prévu à 14h10, partira finalement à 14h40. Nous vous prions de nous excuser pour ce retard. Merci de votre compréhension. Pause and reflect. Now ask yourself, what is the general topic? Which city was mentioned? What times did I hear? Even if you miss something, don't worry, you will hear the same audio again. So let's listen a second time. This time, try to focus on details, especially the train number, the destination, and the time. Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention s'il vous plaît. Le train numéro 4587 en direction de Lyon, initialement prévu à 14h10, partira finalement à 14h40. Nous vous prions de nous excuser pour ce retard. Merci de votre compréhension. Now that you've heard the recording twice, let's go back to the question. Question 1. Quel est le sujet de l'annonce? What is the topic of the announcement? We heard, nous vous prions de nous excuser pour ce retard. We apologize for the delay. So the correct answer is un retard de train, a train delay. Question 2. Quel train est concerné? Which train is affected? The audio said le train numéro 4587 en direction de Lyon. The city of Lyon is mentioned, so the correct answer is B. Le train pour Lyon. Train for Lyon. Question 3. Quelle est la nouvelle heure de départ? What is the new departure time? The recording mention partira finalement à 14h40. So the correct answer is B. 14h40. Now let's look at the full transcript and the key vocabulary. Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention s'il vous plaît. Le train numéro 4587 en direction de Lyon, initialement prévu à 14h10, partira finalement à 14h40. Nous vous prions de nous excuser pour ce retard. Merci de votre compréhension. So the key vocabulary. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, very common in announcement message. Also, votre attention s'il vous plaît. Your attention please. So we know that is an announcement message. Le train numéro 4587, train number 4587, en direction de Lyon, going to Lyon. Initialement prévu à 14h10. Initially scheduled at 2:10 p.m. Partira finalement à 14h40. Will finally leave at 2:40 p.m. Nous vous prions de nous excuser pour ce retard. We apologize for this delay. The key word here was retard. Merci de votre compréhension. Thank you for your understanding. These phrases are typical in announcement and formal messages. So, next exercise. Imagine you're at an airport. There is an announcement over the loudspeaker. The task is to listen and understand the key information about a flight. In the exam, you will hear the audio 2 times. But first, let's look at the multiple choices question before listening. Exercice 2. Lisez les questions. Écoutez le document puis répondez. Vous êtes en France, vous entendez cette annonce à l'aéroport. Question 1. Quel est le numéro du vol? 123, 235, 321. Question 2. Quelle est la destination? Marseille, Madrid, Milan. Question 3. À quelle heure part le vol? 17h45, 18h15, 18h45. Question 4. À quelle porte doivent se rendre les passagers? Porte 10, porte 12, porte 15. Now listen to the audio for the first time. Try to understand the general idea. Don't panic if you don't catch every word. Le vol 235 à destination de Madrid partira à 18h15, porte 12. Merci et bon voyage. Pause and reflect. Now ask yourself, what is the general topic? What was the flight number? What time and gate were mentioned? Even if you miss something, don't worry, you will hear the same audio again. Let's listen a second time. This time, try to focus on details, especially the number, the city, the departure time, and the gate. Le vol 235 à destination de Madrid partira à 18h15, porte 12. Merci et bon voyage. Now that you heard the recording twice, let's go back to the questions. So, the first question. Quel est le numéro du vol? The audio said le vol 235. So the correct answer is B, 235. What is the destination? The recording said à destination de Madrid. So the correct answer is Madrid. Question 3. À quelle heure part le vol? What time does the flight leave? We heard partira à 18h15. We leave at 6:15 p.m. So 18h15. Question 4. À quelle porte doivent se rendre les passagers? We heard porte 12. So the correct answer is B. Porte 12. Gate 12. So now let's look at the full transcript and the key vocabulary. Le vol 235 à destination de Madrid partira à 18h15, porte 12. Merci et bon voyage. Here's the key vocabulary. Le vol, the flight, à destination de Madrid, going to Madrid, partira à 18h15. Will leave at 6:15 p.m. Porte 12. Gate 12. Merci et bon voyage. Thank you and have a good trip. Next exercise. Imagine you receive a voicemail message from your assistant. They are informing you about your appointment for Monday. Your task is to understand the key details, times, places, and type of appointment. In the exam, you will hear the audio 2 times. First, let's look at the multiple choice question before listening. Exercice 3. Lisez les questions, écoutez le document, puis répondez. Vous travaillez en France. Votre collègue Jules laisse le message suivant sur votre répondeur téléphonique. Question 1. Quel est le premier rendez-vous? Un rendez-vous chez le dentiste, une réunion au bureau, un déjeuner. Question 2. À quelle heure est la réunion? 10h30, 11h30, 12h30. Question 3. Où a lieu le déjeuner? Au bureau, à la maison, au restaurant. Now you will listen to the audio for the first time. Try to understand the general idea. Focus on time, words and places.
Bonjour. Lundi matin, vous avez un rendez-vous chez le dentiste à 9h, puis une réunion au bureau à 11h30. N'oubliez pas votre déjeuner avec Madame Lefebvre à 13h au restaurant Le Jardin.
Pause and reflect. Now ask yourself, What is the order of the appointments? What times were mentioned? Was there a name or place for lunch? You will hear the same audio again. Listen for details. Let's listen a second time. Try to catch all three events and their time.
Bonjour. Lundi matin, vous avez un rendez-vous chez le dentiste à 9 heures, puis une réunion au bureau à 11h30. N'oubliez pas votre déjeuner avec Madame Lefebvre à 13 heures au restaurant Le Jardin.
So now let's look at the correct answer. So the first question was, quel est le premier rendez-vous? What is the first appointment? We heard chez le dentiste à 9 heures. So the correct answer is A. Un rendez-vous chez le dentiste. A dentist appointment. Question 2. À quelle heure est la réunion? What time is the meeting? We heard réunion au bureau à 11h30. So the correct answer is B. 11h30. Où a lieu le déjeuner? We heard au restaurant Le Jardin. So the correct answer is C. Au restaurant. At a restaurant. Let's look at the transcript and the key vocabulary. Bonjour. Lundi matin, vous avez un rendez-vous chez le dentiste à 9 heures, puis une réunion au bureau à 11h30. N'oubliez pas votre déjeuner avec Madame Lefebvre à 13 heures au restaurant Le Jardin. So the key vocabulary. Un rendez-vous, an appointment. Chez le dentiste, at the dentist. Une réunion, a meeting. Au bureau, at the office. Le déjeuner, lunch. Au restaurant, at the restaurant. Next exercise. Imagine you receive a voicemail message from your friend. She is inviting you to lunch. Your task is to understand the date, time, and what she is asking you to bring. In the exam, you will hear the audio 2 times. So first, let's look at the multiple choice question before listening. Exercice 4. Lisez les questions. Écoutez le document, puis répondez. Vous travaillez en France, votre ami Marie vous laisse un message vocal. Question 1. Quel jour a lieu le déjeuner? Samedi 10, dimanche 11, samedi 12. Question 2. À quelle heure a lieu le déjeuner? Midi, midi 30, 13 heures. Question 3. Que devez-vous apporter? And here we have some image. So now listen to the audio for the first time. Try to understand the general idea, when is the lunch, and what should you bring.
Salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Je t'invite à déjeuner samedi prochain, le 12, à 12h30 chez moi. Peux-tu apporter une salade ou du pain? Merci.
So let's pause and reflect. Now ask yourself what day and date were mentioned, what time, was there a request? You will hear the same audio again and this time focus on details. So let's listen a second time. Try to catch the full invitation.
Salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Je t'invite à déjeuner samedi prochain, le 12, à 12h30 chez moi. Peux-tu apporter une salade ou du pain? Merci.
So let's now correct the question. Question number 1. Quel jour a lieu le déjeuner? The woman said samedi prochain le 12. So the correct answer is C. Samedi 12. Question number 2. À quelle heure a lieu le déjeuner? What time is the lunch? We heard à 12h30. So the correct answer is 12h30. Question 3. Que devez-vous apporter? What should you bring? So here we have some images. We heard une salade ou du pain. So the correct answer is B, is representing a salad, and some bread. So let's look at the transcript and the key vocabulary. Salut, j'espère que tu vas bien. Je t'invite à déjeuner samedi prochain, le 12, à 12h30 chez moi. Peux-tu apporter une salade ou du pain? Merci. And now the key vocabulary. Je t'invite à déjeuner. I'm inviting you to lunch. Samedi prochain, le 12. Next Saturday, the 12th. À 12h30. At 12:30 p.m. Chez moi. At my place. Apporter. To bring. Une salade. A salad. Du pain. Some bread. So, next and last exercise. Imagine you are shopping in a supermarket. You hear an announcement over the loudspeaker. Your task is to understand the promotion, the time, and the special activity mentioned. In the exam, you will hear the audio 2 times. Let's look at the multiple choice question before listening. Exercice 5. Lisez les questions, écoutez le document puis répondez. Vous êtes en France, vous entendez une annonce dans un supermarché. Question 1. Quels produits sont en promotion? Les boissons? Les produits frais? Les produits surgelés? Question 2. Jusqu'à quelle heure la promotion est-elle valable? 17h, 18h, 19h. Question 3. Quel événement spécial a lieu au rayon fromage? Une démonstration de cuisine? Un concours? Une dégustation gratuite? Now listen to the audio for the first time. Try to get the general idea what kind of promotion is being offered.
Chers clients, aujourd'hui seulement, moins 20% sur tous les produits frais jusqu'à 18h. Profitez aussi d'une dégustation gratuite au rayon fromage.
Let's pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what is the discount about? What time was mentioned? What can people do in the cheese section? You will hear the same audio again. Focus on the exact words. Let's listen a second time.
Chers clients, aujourd'hui seulement, moins 20% sur tous les produits frais jusqu'à 18h. Profitez aussi d'une dégustation gratuite au rayon fromage.
So let's now look at the question and the correct answers. First question. Quels produits sont en promotion? What is on sale? We heard moins 20% sur tous les produits frais. So the correct answer is B, les produits frais. Fresh products. Question 2. Jusqu'à quelle heure la promotion est-elle valable? Until what time is the promotion valid? We heard jusqu'à 18h. So the correct answer is B, 18h. Question 3. Quel événement spécial a lieu au rayon fromage? We heard une dégustation gratuite au rayon fromage. So the correct answer is C, a free tasting. Now let's look to the transcript and the vocabulary. Chers clients, aujourd'hui seulement, moins 20% sur tous les produits frais jusqu'à 18h. Profitez aussi d'une dégustation gratuite au rayon fromage. And the key vocabulary. Chers clients, dear customers, aujourd'hui seulement, today only, moins 20%, 20% off. Produits frais, fresh products, jusqu'à 18h, until 6 p.m. Dégustation gratuite, free tasting. Rayon fromage, cheese section. So what helped us find the right answers? Reading the question before listening, you know what to expect. Using the first listen for the main idea. You recognize, for example, what it was about. Using the second listen for details. Familiar vocabulary. you understood phrases like en direction de, merci de votre compréhension. This is exactly the kind of strategy you should use in the real DELF A1 exam. Bravo, you just completed a real DELF A1 listening exercise based on public announcement and vocal messages. Key takeaways. Always read the question before listening. Use the first listen to understanding the general idea. Use the second listen to focus on details. Don't panic if you don't catch everything. And practice with real audio examples and review transcripts. In the next video, we will look at practice exercise, conversations, and dialogues. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we will focus on the second most common type of listening exercise in the exam, short conversation and everyday dialogues. In this type of exercise, you will hear two people having a short exchange. It could be a customer and a seller, two friends, a receptionist and a client, all simple, real-life situation. The conversation will be clear, short, and focused on one main topic. Note that you can follow exercise with your PDF workbook that you can download. Just like in the DELF A1 exam, you will hear the audio 2 times. And before we start listening, here are the questions for the first exercise. Exercice 1. Lisez les questions, écoutez le document, puis répondez. Question 1. Qu'achète la cliente? Une baguette et un croissant. Un sandwich et une boisson. Une quiche et un dessert. Question 2. Combien paye-t-elle? 3,50 €, 4,20 €, 5,10 €. Question 3. Comment paye-t-elle? En espèces? Par carte bancaire? Par chèque? Take a moment to read this question carefully. Remember, you don't need to understand every word, just enough to answer the questions. Now, listen to the audio for the first time. Focus on the main idea, don't try to translate everything, just follow the situation.
Bonjour madame, je peux vous aider?
Oui, je voudrais une quiche et une tarte aux pommes, s'il vous plaît.
Bien sûr. Ça fait 5,10 €.
Très bien, je paye par carte.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne journée.
Merci, vous aussi.
Let's pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what did she order? What price was mentioned? Did she say how she was paying? You will hear the same audio again. This time, listen for details. Now listen again. Pay attention to specific words, the food, the price, the payment method.
Bonjour madame, je peux vous aider?
Oui, je voudrais une quiche et une tarte aux pommes, s'il vous plaît.
Bien sûr. Ça fait 5,10 €.
Très bien, je paye par carte.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne journée.
Merci, vous aussi.
So now let's correct the question. Question 1. Qu'achète la cliente? What she's buying? She said une quiche et une tarte aux pommes. So the correct answer is une quiche et un dessert. A dessert is une tarte aux pommes. Apple pie, it's a dessert. Question 2. Combien paye-t-elle? We heard ça fait 5,10 €. So the correct answer is C. 5,10 €. Comment paye... Question 3. Comment paye-t-elle? We heard je paye par carte. So the correct answer is B. Par carte bancaire. Let's look at the full conversation one more time. Bonjour madame, je peux vous aider? Oui, je voudrais une quiche et une tarte aux pommes, s'il vous plaît. Bien sûr, ça fait 5,10 €. Très bien, je paye par carte. Merci beaucoup. Bonne journée. Merci, vous aussi. Now let's look to the key vocabulary. Je voudrais, I would like, une quiche, a quiche, une tarte aux pommes, an apple tart, ça fait 5,10 €, that's 5,10 €. Je paye par carte, I paying by card. Bonne journée, have a good day. So tips for similar conversation in the exam. How well listen for numbers, food, places, dates, or price. They are often the answers. Even if you miss a word, don't stop listening. Try to understand the whole meaning. Don't panic. You will hear it twice. The second time is your chance to confirm. Read the question in French carefully before the audio. They will guide your listening. So, next exercise, I will read the instruction. Vous allez entendre 4 petits dialogues correspondant à 4 situations différentes. Il y a 15 secondes de pause après chaque dialogue. Notez sous chaque image le numéro du dialogue qui correspond, puis vous allez entendre à nouveau les dialogues. Vous pouvez compléter vos réponses. Regardez les images. Attention, il y a 6 images, A, B, C, D, E et F, mais seulement 4 dialogues. So it's a real DELF style listening exercise with dialogues and images, just like you might see in the exam. You will hear 4 short conversations. Each one corresponds to one of the situations shown on the screen. I will show you the image just now. But be careful, there are 6 images and only 4 dialogues. That means 2 images are extra. You won't use them. Your task is simple. Listen to each dialogue and decide which image it matches. Okay, let's begin. You will hear the dialogue number 1. After the dialogue, you will have 15 seconds to choose the correct image. Then we will go on the dialogue 2 and so on. At the end, we will listen to all the dialogues again, so don't worry if you're not sure for the first time.
Situation numéro 1.
Bonjour madame, je cherche un livre sur les volcans.
Bien sûr, venez avec moi. C'est dans le rayon sciences.
Merci beaucoup.
Situation numéro 2.
Bonjour, c'est ici pour s'inscrire à l'école.
Oui, il faut remplir ce formulaire et apporter une photo.
D'accord, merci.
Situation numéro 3.
Tu peux m'expliquer l'exercice de maths?
Oui, bien sûr. Regarde, il faut multiplier ici d'abord.
Ah oui, maintenant je comprends. Merci.
Situation numéro 4.
Bonjour, c'est ici le cours de français?
Non, ici, c'est le cours d'espagnol.
Oh, désolé. Au revoir. Okay, now let's listen to the 4 dialogues again, just like in the real DELF A1 exam. This is your chance to confirm your answers or correct them. Let's go.
Situation numéro 1.
Bonjour madame, je cherche un livre sur les volcans.
Bien sûr, venez avec moi. C'est dans le rayon sciences.
Merci beaucoup.
Situation numéro 2.
Bonjour, c'est ici pour s'inscrire à l'école.
Oui, il faut remplir ce formulaire et apporter une photo.
D'accord, merci.
Situation numéro 3.
Tu peux m'expliquer l'exercice de maths?
Oui, bien sûr. Regarde, il faut multiplier ici d'abord.
Ah oui, maintenant je comprends. Merci.
Situation numéro 4.
Bonjour, c'est ici le cours de français?
Non, ici, c'est le cours d'espagnol.
Oh, désolé. Au revoir. So now let's correct together. Let's look at the image one by one and match them to the correct dialogues. Image A, it shows a woman entering in a classroom and seems a little bit surprised. So it's probably the dialogue for a woman asking if it's the French class and the teacher answering that is the Spanish class. Image B, a man is asking for information at school. There's a sign that says école. That's a big clue. So it's dialogue 2. where a man asking for information to register to the school. Image C, two people are in front of bookshelves. One is pointing, probably helping the other find something. And it's the dialogue number 1, where a man asking for a book about volcanoes and the woman guiding him to the science section. Image D, a classroom with a big screen. It looked like a formal presentation or computer classes, but we don't have a dialogues matching with this image. Image E, a group is gathered around a laptop in what looks like a business or team setting, but we don't have a dialogue to match with this image. And image F, two students are talking about a paper, probably a school assignment, a math exercise, it seems. So it's matching with the dialogue 3, where a woman asking for help to a comrade. So what can we learn from this? In the DELF A1 exam, visual clues help. Use the image to predict the topic. Don't panic if you don't understand everything. Focus on keywords. Listen twice, first for the general meaning, then for details. Practice matching tone and setting. Is it formal, informal, friendly? So well done, you just completed the practice exercise, conversation and dialogues. One of the most important type of listening activities in the DELF A1 exam. So let's quickly review what you did today. You train your ear to follow short, real-life dialogues. You learn to focus on key information. What, when, how much. You match conversation to real situation using logic and vocabulary. You practice listening twice, just like in the real test. This kind of exercise helps you build confidence because in the DELF A1 you don't need to understand every word, you just need to understand enough to choose the right answer. Thank you for watching this lesson and see you in the next one. Hi and welcome to this lesson. In this lesson, we're going to answer an important question. What kind of tests do you read in the DELF A1 exam? If you know what to expect, you can prepare more efficiently. The goal is not to read fast or perfectly. The goal is to understand basic information in short, simple text, just like the ones you see in everyday life in France. Let's take a closer look at the kinds of texts that appear and how to prepare for them. The reading comprehension part of the DELF A1 exam is called comprehension des écrits, which means understanding written text. This section usually contains 3 to 5 short texts, a total of 30 minutes to answer all the questions, mostly multiple choice or true-false questions. Each text is short and simple, often no more than a paragraph or a few lines. The question tests your global understanding, what is the text about, and sometimes specific details, what day, what times, who is it for. Let's go over the most common types of text in the exam. It can be personal message. This could be emails, text message, notes left on a table, social media posts. For example, Salut Julie, je ne peux pas venir ce soir. On se voit demain matin? Bise, Clara. You might be asked, who is writing the message? What is the plan? When will they meet? These messages use informal, simple language, and common vocabulary. It can be forms and identity documents. You may see registration forms, hotel booking forms, membership cards. You will need to identify name, address, nationality, date of birth, contact information. For example, a question can be, what is the person's country of origins? You look at the line that says pays or nationalité. This is a practical skills useful in real life in France. Public notice and signs. This could include notice in schools or libraries, opening hours, rule or instructions, announcement in a building. Example text. Fermeture exceptionnelle le lundi 1er mai. La bibliothèque rouvrira mardi à 10h. You might be asked, what day is the place closed? When does it open again? These texts are very short but important for daily life. Advertisement and announcement. You might read an ad for a flat to rent, a job offer, a sale promotion, an event poster. For example, à louer, studio meublé, 25 mètres carrés, proche métro, 600 € par mois. 620 € par mois. You will need to find what is being offered, what is the price, what are the conditions. Short articles or descriptions. Sometimes you will read a short biography, a description of a person, a town, or an hobby, a small paragraph for a blog, a website. For example, Marc habite à Toulouse. Il aime le sport et les voyages. Le week-end, il fait de la randonnée avec ses amis. You might be asked, where does Marc live? What does he do on the weekends? To prepare efficiently for the DELF A1 reading section, here are 3 simple strategies. Practice reading short text every day. Use real-life materials, metro signs, hotel websites, flyers of menus, WhatsApp message in French. The more you see real text, the more familiar they become. Train your eyes to scan. You don't need to read every word. Learn to scan for name, dates, numbers, place, action. The goal is practical understanding, not literary analysis. Practice with DELF-style question. Find A1 sample exam online or in a book and do time exercise. Focus on recognizing keywords, eliminating wrong answers, using logic when you don't know every word. In the DELF A1 exam, you're not expected to read complicated text. You are expected to understand basic everyday French. So focus on what matters. Understanding the situation, look for key details. Don't panic if you don't understand every word. In the next lesson, we will look at reading strategies, how to approach the text, what to read first, and how to save time. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Welcome back to your DELF A1 preparation course. In this lesson, we're going to talk about reading strategies. In the DELF A1 exam, you don't need to understand every single word. You just need to understand enough to answer the question correctly. That means you need the right techniques. Today, we will focus on 3 essential reading strategies: scanning, using keywords, knowing when to read globally, and when to read in detail. Let's begin. What is scanning? Scanning is when you look through a text quickly to find a specific pieces of information. You are not reading every word, you're searching. You scan when you look for a phone number on a website, try to find the date of an event in a paragraph, search for your name on a list. In the DELF A1, you can scan text to find a price, a time, a name, a location, a date. For example, let's say you see this short ad. À louer, studio meublé à Marseille, 500 € par mois. Disponible à partir du 1er juin. Contact Sophie Dupont. You can scan for the price, 500 €, the location, Marseille, and the date, 1er juin. If the question is combien coûte le loyer, you already know where to look. Use your finger to move across the text and help your eyes focus. Don't stop to understand everything, just look for the key item. What are keywords? Keywords are the important words in the question or the text, the ones that help you understand what is about. In every question, ask yourself, what is the question really asking? What are the words I need to find? Let's take an example. La pharmacie est ouverte de 9h à 12h30 et de 14h à 18h30. Fermée le dimanche. Question: quand la pharmacie est-elle fermée? The keyword here is fermé, closed. Once you see that in the question, you go to the text and scan for the same or similar word. You find fermé le dimanche. That's your answer. Common keywords in DELF A1 question includes où, where, quand, when, combien, how much, how many, quel, which, what, pourquoi, why, comment, how. Tip: underline or circle this keyword in the question before you read the text. This helps your brain to stay focused. Now let's look at another essential strategy: knowing when to read for the general idea and when to read in detail. Global reading. This means getting the overall meaning of a text. You don't stop at every word, you try to understand what kind of text is it? Email, ad, message, who is writing, what is the general situation. For example, bonjour Luc, je t'écris pour te dire que je ne pourrai pas venir au dîner ce soir. Je suis malade, on peut se voir demain? Global reading tells you it's a personal message. The person can come, they suggest another day. You don't need to understand every verb or phrase, you already got the point. Global reading tells you it's a personal message. The person can come, they suggest another day. You don't need to understand every verb or phrase. You already got the point. Use global reading when the question asks about the main idea, you want to understand the tone or situation, you're not looking for exact numbers or facts. Detailed reading. This is when you stop and read carefully, often to find something very specific. For example, l'exposition est ouverte tous les jours sauf le lundi de 10h à 18h. Question: à quelle heure ouvre l'exposition? Now you need to read that exact sentence carefully. It says de 10h à 18h. So the correct answer is 10h. Use detailed reading when the question is about time, price, name. You ask to choose between similar answers. You found the right part of the text and need to confirm the detail. Start with global reading to understand the situation, then zoom in with detailed reading when needed. Let's try putting it all together. Here's the text. Concert gratuit samedi 8 juillet à 19h au Parc Central. Venez écouter de la musique en plein air. Pas de réservation nécessaire. Now imagine this question. Où a lieu le concert? Step 1. Look at the keyword. Où? Where? You looking for a place. Use scanning. You move your eyes quickly to find the location. And you find au Parc Central. That's your answer. Another question. Est-ce que je dois réserver? Keyword réserver. Scanning, you find pas de réservation nécessaire. So the answer is no. You used all three strategies: keyword spotting, scanning, and detailed reading for confirmation. Let's take a moment to go deeper into what we learned and how you can apply it during your preparation and especially on exam day. Review of the three core strategies. Scanning. You don't read every word. You let your eyes move quickly across the text to find specific information like a price, a date, a time, a name, or a place. This is especially useful when you know exactly what you're looking for based on a question. Keywords. Before you read, highlight the keywords or phrase in the question. Then scan the text to locate the same word or a synonym. Keywords help you stay focused and avoid distraction. Global versus detailed reading. Start by understanding the general situation or message, global reading, and then zoom in on important phrases when the question asks for something precise, detailed reading. You don't need to understand every word, just the right ones. These techniques are not just for the DELF, they're useful anytime you read something in French. So some final tips for success. Don't panic if you don't understand a word, it's normal. Keep reading and rely on the words you do understand. Let the question guide you. If you're a compass, use it to decide where to look and what kind of information you need. Practice actively. Use supermarket flyers, signs in the metro, emails from a friend, anything written in simple French. Read them with purpose. What can you understand quickly? What stands out? Time yourself. Give yourself 3 to 5 minutes per text when you practice. It will help you stay calm and focused during the real exam. Work on vocabulary in context. You don't need long lists. Learn from real example. What does fermer le dimanche means? What is entrée gratuite on a poster? The DELF A1 reading session is about practical understanding. You are being tested on your ability to interact with real-world French. And this is a great skill to have for travel, work, or simply enjoying life in French. You're now ready to approach the reading section of the DELF A1 exam with clear strategies. In the next lesson, we will do a full reading practice together using everything we learned today. See you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson on reading comprehension for the DELF A1 exam. In this session, you will practice reading different types of short text you might encounter in the exam, such as emails, blog articles, classified ads, and event announcements. Each text will be presented as a guide exercise. Step by step, you will read the question first, skim the text to understand the context, focus on the important details, learn key vocabulary. The goal is to help you develop the right habits, scanning for keywords, identifying essential information, and staying calm even if you don't understand everything. Note that you can follow exercise with your PDF workbook that you can download. Let's get started. Imagine you receive an email from a friend. The message is short and informal. Your task is to identify the main topic, the time of the event, and what the sender is asking you to do. In the DELF A1 exam, you will have limited time, so it's important to read efficiently. Let's follow the steps. First, you will read the question. Question 1. Quel est le sujet du message? Une sortie au cinéma? Une invitation à dîner? Une réunion de travail? Question 2. À quelle heure est l'événement? 18h30, 19h, 20h. Question 3. Que doit apporter la personne qui reçoit l'email? So we have 3 images, one representing bread, one a dessert, and the last one, wine. Take a moment. What keywords should you scan for? Think, event, time, request. So let's have a first reading of this email. Exercice 1. Vous recevez cet email d'un ami français. De chloé@gmail.com. Objet: dîner chez moi samedi soir. Salut, j'organise un petit dîner ce samedi à la maison. Ça commence vers 19h. Est-ce que tu peux apporter un dessert? Merci. À bientôt. Chloé. So ask yourself, did I find the topic? What is the time mentioned? Did she ask for something? Now we will read again to confirm the details. I give you some time to read again the text. So let's now respond to the question. The first question. Quel est le sujet du message? Une sortie au cinéma? Une invitation à dîner? Une réunion de travail? So in the text it's mentioned dîner chez moi, means dinner at home. So the correct answer is B. Une invitation à dîner. Question 2. À quelle heure est l'événement? On the text, it's mentioned ça commence vers 19h. Means it starts around 7 p.m. So the correct answer is B. 19h. Question 3. Que doit apporter la personne qui reçoit l'email? So it's mentioned apporter un dessert. Bring a dessert. So the correct answer is B. You have to bring a dessert. So let's review the email with English support. Dîner chez moi samedi soir. Dinner at my place Saturday evening. Salut. Hi. J'organise un petit dîner ce samedi à la maison. I'm organizing a small dinner this Saturday at my place. Ça commence vers 19h. It starts around 7 p.m. Est-ce que tu peux apporter un dessert? Can you bring a dessert? Merci, à bientôt. Thanks, see you soon. Chloé. And now the key vocabulary. Un dîner, a diner. Ce samedi, this Saturday. Vers 19h, around 7 p.m.
Apporter, to bring. Un dessert, a dessert. Next exercise. Now imagine you're reading a personal blog article. Someone is talking about their hobbies, their daily life, and their interests. Your task is to identify where they live, what activity they do, and information about their pets. So first we will read the question. Question 1. Où habite Emma? À Paris? À Bordeaux? À Marseille? Question 2. Quel sport fait-elle le week-end? La natation? Le vélo? La course? Question 3. Quel est le nom de son chien? Max? Léo? Rocky? Let's do the first reading. Bonjour, je m'appelle Emma, j'habite à Bordeaux et j'adore le sport. Je fais du vélo tous les week-ends et je vais à la piscine 2 fois par semaine. J'ai un chien qui s'appelle Max. Il aime courir avec moi. J'aime aussi cuisiner et lire des romans policiers. What can you understand after the first reading? Think about where does she live? What sport is mentioned? Does she mention a pet? Let's do the second reading. Now we read the paragraph and underline or highlight the name of the city, the activity she does on weekend, and the name of her dog. I'll give you some time to read again the text. Now let's see the correct answers. So the first question was Où habite Emma? In the text it's mentioned J'habite à Bordeaux. So the correct answer is B, Bordeaux. Second question. Quel sport fait-elle le week-end? It's mentioned Je fais du vélo tous les week-ends. So the correct answer is le vélo. The next question. Quel est le nom de son chien? It indicates J'ai un chien qui s'appelle Max. So the correct answer is Max. So the key vocabulary here was J'habite à Bordeaux, I live in Bordeaux. Je fais du vélo, I go cycling. Un chien, a dog. Il aime courir, he likes to run. Roman policier, detective novels. So next exercise. You're reading classified ads in a local newspaper or website. Each ad is short and gives key information about what is being offered. Your task is to match each ad with the right question. So let's read the question first. Quelle annonce parle d'un logement? Annonce 1, annonce 2, annonce 3. Qui vend un vélo? Julie, Marc ou Anna? Quand ont lieu les cours de guitare? Le dimanche, le samedi matin, le soir. Let's do the first reading. Get the big picture. Which keyword can you spot immediately? What information is repeated across the ads? Chambre à louer à Lyon, proche métro. 400 € par mois. Contact Julie. Vend vélo rouge, bon état. 150 €. Appelez Marc. Donne cours de guitare le samedi matin. 10 € par heure. Contact Anna. Let's pause and reflect. Think, which one is about our thing? Who is selling the bike? When are the guitar lessons? Let's start the second reading. Focus on details. Check names, days of the week, actions like louer, vendre, donner cours. I give you some time to read the text again.
So let's correct the answers. So the first question was, quelle annonce parle du logement? So if we read the annonce, we see that annonce 1 is speaking about housing, un logement. Question 2, qui vend un vélo? So this is the second announcement that's speaking about a vélo, a cycle. That's talking about a bike. So we see that it's Marc. So the correct answer is B, who is selling a bike. Quand ont lieu les cours de guitare? So it's the third announcement. And this is Anna, who is giving guitar lessons on Saturday morning. So le samedi matin, the correct answer is B. So the key vocabulary was chambre à louer, room for rent, vend vélo, selling a bike, donne cours, gives lessons, proche métro, near metro, le samedi matin, Saturday morning. Next exercise, so imagine you're reading a short article about a local event. This could be a community celebration, a concert, or a market. Your task is to understand when and where it happens, what to expect, and how much it costs. Let's read the question first. Où a lieu la fête? Paris, Lyon, Nice. Quel jour est l'événement? Samedi, dimanche ou lundi? Quelle heure commence la fête? 9h, 10h, 11h. Combien coûte l'entrée? 5 €, 10 €, c'est gratuit. So let's go for the first reading. Vous lisez cet article dans le journal francophone de votre région. Dimanche 12 juin, la ville de Nice organise une grande fête au Parc des Collines. Il y aura de la musique, des jeux pour enfants et un marché avec des produits locaux. L'entrée est gratuite. La fête commence à 10h. Let's go for the second reading. I give you some time to read this text. Underline name of city, day of weeks, times, and price. So now let's correct the answer. So, question 1, où a lieu la fête? So we see on the text that is la ville de Nice. So the correct answer is Nice. Quel jour est l'événement? We see that is dimanche 12 juin. So the correct answer is dimanche. À quelle heure commence la fête? We can see at the end, la fête commence à 10h. So the correct answer is 10h. And the last question, combien coûte l'entrée? So it's mentioned, l'entrée est gratuite. So the correct answer is C, c'est gratuit. Here's the key vocabulary. Une fête, celebration, un parc, park, entrée gratuite, free entry, commence à, starts at, marché, market. Great job! In this lesson, you practice 4 different types of short reading text. The kind you're very likely to see in the DELF A1 exam. A personal email, a blog post, a list of classified ads, a local news articles. Each of these reading tasks help you apply important strategies. Reading the question first, scanning for the general meaning, scanning for specific information, reflecting before answering. You also review useful vocabulary and practice answering multiple-choice questions just like in the exam. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. Today we're going to work on something super practical, understanding signs, schedules and forms. exactly the kinds of short texts that appear in the reading section of the DELF A1 exam. These texts may look simple, but they can contain a lot of useful information. You will need to know how to extract it quickly and answer questions in French, just like in the real test. We will work on 3 exercises today: a sign or notice, a transport schedule, a basic form. All questions will be in French, just like in the DELF. Don't worry, I will guide you step by step. And note that you can follow the exercise using your downloadable PDF workbook. Let's get started. So first exercise, let's imagine you arrive at a cultural center and you see this note on the front door. So we'll first read the question. So question 1. Quel chemin faut-il prendre pour aller au nouveau bureau d'accueil? So here you have 3 images and you will have to find the correct way to go to the new cultural center. And the next question, question 2. Qu'est-ce qui change au centre culturel? L'adresse du bureau, les horaires d'ouverture, le prix des activités. Question 3. Pour s'inscrire, il faut téléphoner, se rendre sur place, envoyer un email. So we will read a first time the text and try to focus on what type of notice, what is changing, what is required to register. Let's read it. Nouvelle adresse, centre culturel. À partir du 10 octobre, le bureau d'accueil sera situé au 35 rue Pierre-Dupré. Pour y aller, à la sortie du bâtiment, tournez à gauche, prendre la 2e rue à droite, puis continuez tout droit. Le nouveau numéro de téléphone est 07 82 45 91 03. Les horaires restent les mêmes, du lundi au vendredi, de 8h30 à 12h30 et de 14h à 17h. Pour toute inscription, venez directement sur place avec une pièce d'identité. contact@centreculturel.fr. So let's pause and reflect. Ask yourself, did I find the topic? Was there a date of direction mentioned? Is there something the person must do? So let's read this text a second time. Find and underline the new address, the instruction to get there, what to do to register. I give you some time to read the text a second time. So let's correct the answer. So the first question. Quel chemin faut-il prendre pour aller au nouveau bureau d'accueil? So it says, à la sortie du bâtiment, tournez à gauche. So it will be, so it's the A or the C1. Prendre la 2e rue à droite, puis continuer tout droit. So the correct answer is C. Sortez du bâtiment. À la sortie du bâtiment, tournez à gauche, prendre la 2e rue à droite, puis continuer tout droit. Next question. Qu'est-ce qui change au centre culturel? So we can read. À partir du 10 octobre, le bureau d'accueil sera situé. So we can read in the title, nouvelle adresse. So the correct answer is A. L'adresse du bureau change. Next question, pour s'inscrire, il faut... So we can read that, pour toute inscription, venez directement sur place. You can come at the office to register. So the correct answer is B. Next exercise. Let's now look at the bus timetable. Imagine you need to arrive at a university by 8. Let's first read the question. Question 1. Quel bus faut-il prendre pour arriver à l'université avant 8 heures? La ligne A, la ligne B La ligne C. Quelle est la destination de la ligne C? Université? Gare centrale? Centre-ville. À quelle heure part la ligne B? 7h10, 7h25, 7h45. So let's have the first reading and focus on which bus arrived before 8, where the bus is going, what are the departure times. I give you some time to have the first reading. So let's pause and reflect. Ask yourself, which line gets me there on time? Where does each line go? What times are important? On the second reading, find and underline the right bus line, the destination, the departure and arrival times. I give you some time to have the second reading. So now that you have the second reading, let's correct the answer. So the first one was, quel bus faut-il prendre pour arriver à l'université avant 8 heures? So we can see that the bus that's going to the university is the ligne A. So this is the correct answer and you can arrive at time at the university. Question 2. Quelle est la destination de la ligne C? We can see that the destination of the ligne C is centre-ville. So the correct answer is centre-ville. And question 3. À quelle heure part la ligne B? We can see that the ligne B left at 7h25. So the correct answer is 7h25. Next exercise, you will now read the form with basic personal information. We will read the question first. Quel est le prénom de la personne? Martin, Julie, Voltaire. Quel est son code postal? 31 000, 75 000, 33 000. Quelle est sa date de naissance? 3 novembre 1998, 11 mars 1998, 3 octobre 1998. So we will read the first time and focus on who is this about, what is their address and date of birth, what contact info is provided. I give you some time to read the text. So let's pause and reflect. Ask yourself, did I find the name and first name? What date and city are listed? Can I spot the contact details? Find and underline on the second reading. Prénom et nom, name and surname, adresse, address, date de naissance, date of birth. I give you some time for the second reading. Now let's correct the answer. So, question 1. Quel est le prénom de la personne? We can read that prénom is Julie. So the correct answer is B. Question 2. Quel est son code postal? We can read that is 31 000. So the correct answer is A. In address 5 rue Voltaire, 31 000 Toulouse. Quelle est sa date de naissance? Son date de naissance, we can read 3 novembre 1998. Be very careful of the date in French. It's day, month, year, and not like in English, month, day, year. It's day, month, year. So the correct answer was A, 3 novembre 1998. So today you practice reading 3 types of real-life documents: public notice, transport schedules, and registration forms. You learn to read the question first, scan for important details, and match the question with the right line of phrase. You focus on keywords like adresse, pièce d'identité, horaire, code postal, à gauche, à droite, tout droit, lundi à vendredi, fermé, ouvert, s'inscrire, numéro de téléphone. So some final tips. Practice reading registration forms, transport tickets, appointment confirmation, schedules. If you live in a French-speaking area, take pictures of real signs and test yourself. Make flashcards for recurring expressions like du lundi au vendredi, fermé le dimanche, entrée gratuite. And use mock exam, but most importantly, train your eyes to look for relevant info quickly. So thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this lesson. In today's lesson, we're going to focus on one of the writing tasks you will absolutely see in the DELF A1 exam. Filling out a basic form, also called compléter un formulaire. This is part of the production écrite, written production section of the test. And even though it may look easy, many candidates lose points because they don't follow instructions carefully or make avoidable mistakes. So let's look at what you need to know, how to practice, and what the examiners expect from you. What kind of form will you see? In the DELF A1 exam, you will receive a very simple form to complete. It could be an hotel registration form, a school or course sign-up form, a delivery or order form, a personal information sheet. You will be asked to fill in 5 to 8 fields. These usually include nom, last name, prénom, first name, date de naissance, date of birth, adresse, address, nationalité, nationality, profession, occupation, téléphone, phone number, adresse email, email address, and sometimes you may also see code postal, postal code, ville, city, signature, signature. So you really need to be comfortable with these everyday words in French. So this goal is not to test your creativity, it's not about writing long sentences. It's about accuracy and clarity. You should write clearly and neatly. Use the correct format, especially for dates and numbers. Put the right information in the right fields. Avoid spelling mistakes. Even though it's a basic task, if you make mistake in personal details or put your city in the nationality box, it shows a lack of understanding. So take your time, read each label carefully, and don't rush. Let's do an example together. You are asked to fill out this form. Formulaire d'inscription à un cours de français. Nom, prénom, date de naissance, adresse, téléphone, adresse email, nationalité. Here is the information you are given. Your name is Maria Gonzalez. You were born on May 22, 1995. You live at 14 rue Victor Hugo, 75 015 Paris. Your phone number is 06 12 34 56 78. Your email is maria.gonzalez@email.com and you are Spanish. Let's fill out the form. Nom, Gonzalez. Prénom, Maria. Date de naissance, 22 mai 1995. Day, month, year format. In French, it's this format that you have to use. Adresse, 14 rue Victor Hugo, 75 015 Paris. Téléphone, 06 12 34 56 78. Adresse email maria.gonzalez@email.com. Nationalité espagnol. Important in French, nationalities are written in lowercase, and if you are female, it ends in E. So Espagnol with an E is correct for Maria. Here are a few frequent errors you want to avoid. Mixing up nom and prénom. Nom is for last name and prénom for first name. Writing the date in the wrong format. Don't write 5-22-1995, but write 22-5-1995, 22 mai 1995. Forgetting accent in names like José, Elodie, if applicable. Leaving a field blank. Always try to complete everything. Writing full sentences is not necessary. Just write the exact info. The best way to improve is to practice with real forms. You can search for formulaire PDF online and try to fill them in French. Create your own with common fields and test your memory. Do dictation practice. Listen to someone giving the info and write it down as if on a form. To recap, filling out a form is one of the easiest tasks in the DELF A1 exam. If you know what to expect and you avoid small mistakes. Review keywords like nom, prénom, date de naissance, and address. Practice often with realistic examples. And remember, neat, simple, accurate. That's the goal. Thank you for watching this video and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. Today we're focusing on the second task in the production écrite section. Writing a short, simple message. This task usually comes right after filling out a form. You will be asked to write a message based on a common situation. For example, inviting a friend, apologizing for being late, thanking someone, confirming a meeting, or giving basic information. It's a short message, often just 30 to 40 words, but it's important to follow the right structure. In this lesson, I will show you the 3 essential parts of a message, useful phrase you can reuse, a step-by-step example, common mistake to avoid, how to make your message clear, correct, and DELF ready. Let's get started. In the DELF A1 writing task, the instruction will always ask you to write something simple, clear, and useful in a real-life context. The task will give you a short scenario, a specific purpose, inform, invite, apologize, a few points you must include in your message. Here's an example instruction. You are organizing a dinner, write a short message to your friend. Say what day and time, where, what to bring. To get a good score, your message must answer all parts of the question, be structured, greeting, content, closing, be written in correct and simple French, stay short, no need to write 100 words. Let's break down the structure now. Your message should follow this very clear and logical structure. First, greeting, salutation. Start with a friendly opening. For examples, Bonjour Marie, Salut Paul, Coucou, Chère Sophie. A bit more formal, but if it's asked. If the context is informal, friends, family, use salut or coucou. If it's someone you don't know very well, bonjour plus name is a safe choice. And if it's formal, use chère, like in Chère Sophie. To the content, the contenu. This is where you write the actual message. Keep it short and to the point. The goal is to include all the information asked in the instruction, no more, no less. Use short, simple sentences like Je t'invite à dîner chez moi samedi soir. Le rendez-vous est à 18h à la bibliothèque. Peux-tu apporter un dessert? Try to answer each point in one sentence. Avoid complicated grammar. The closing, la formule de fin. End with a polite or friendly sentence and your name. Examples: Merci, à bientôt, bonne journée, Julie. Let's now go through a full example together. instruction. Votre ami vient à votre fête d'anniversaire. Écrivez un message pour confirmer le jour et l'heure, préciser l'endroit, demandez à votre ami d'apporter un dessert. Here's an example of the message. Salut Emma, ma fête est samedi à 18h chez moi. J'habite 3 rue Victor Hugo. Peux-tu apporter un dessert? Merci. À samedi. Julie. That's about 35 words and it answers every part of the question. It's short, simple, clear and perfect for the DELF A1. Here are some ready-to-use phrases for DELF A1 writing task. You can mix and match them to create your own message depending on the situation. First, invitation. Je t'invite à. I'm inviting you to. Viens chez moi vendredi soir. Come to my place on Friday evening. Tu veux venir à la maison? Do you want to come over? On se retrouve à 18h. Shall we meet at 6 p.m.? Je fais une petite fête samedi. I'm having a small party on Saturday. No apologies. Désolé, je ne peux pas venir. Sorry, I can't come. J'ai un problème. I have a problem. Je suis en retard. I'm late. Je dois annuler notre rendez-vous. I have to cancel our meeting. Je ne me sens pas bien. I don't feel well. Giving information. Le rendez-vous est à. The appointment is at. J'habite à. I live at. Mon numéro est. My number is. Apporte ton livre, s'il te plaît. Bring your book, please. On mange à 19h. We eat at 7 p.m. Thanks and closings. Merci pour ton message. Thank you for your message. À bientôt. See you soon. Bonne journée. Have a good day. Bisous. À plus. Kisses. See you later. Merci encore. Thanks again. If you memorize just 3-4 from each category, you will be able to adapt them to most DELF A1 writing tasks. You don't need complex grammar, just short, correct, friendly phrases. Let's look at a few frequent errors and how to avoid them. Too formal. Don't write like a formal letter on an essay. A message is casual and direct. Don't write « Je vous écris pour vous informer que » but better « Je t'invite à ». Missing subject. French word order is different from English. You cannot write « suis en retard ». You have to write « Je suis en retard ». Not answering all part of the question. Double check did you include every point. If the question asks for 3 things, write 3 short sentences. Poor spelling or forgetting accent. Use tools like be careful of, for example, fête is writing with an accent. Rendez-vous. Don't forget the hyphen of rendezvous. Here's how to train efficiently. Do a few practice prompts each week. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Read your message aloud to check if it sounds natural. Make a list of typical scenarios, dinner invitation, cancellation, birthday message. Learn 5 to 10 template phrases and reuse them often. Ask a tutor or native speaker to correct a few examples. Let's review. To succeed in writing a short message for DELF A1, use a 3-part structure: greeting, content, closing. Write short, clear sentences. Include all the points from the instruction. Use simple, everyday French. Keep it under 40 words. And practice regularly with real prompts. Thank you for watching this lesson and see you in the next one. Hi and welcome to this new lesson to help you prepare for the DELF A1 exam, especially for the writing session. In today's video, we will focus on useful phrases that you can reuse in different writing situations, spelling tips that will help you avoid the most common mistake. If you know a few ready-made expressions and you're careful with spelling, your message will look professional, more correct, and easier to read. So let's go step by step. At the level A1, you don't need to be creative or write long text. The writing tasks are simple. They test if you can write a short, clear message, respond to a situation, invite, thanks, inform, organize your sentences correctly. This means that learning a few key phrases will give you a big advantage. These phrases are short, common, and natural in French. You can reuse them in different situations with small changes. Let's divide them by category. Useful phrases for DELF A1 writing task. We'll go through 5 types of phrases that are very helpful in the writing session. First, to say hello, start your message. You can use Bonjour Marie, Salut Thomas, Coucou, Cher Paul, Chère Sophie. Always start your message with a greeting. It sets the tone. To explain or give information. Je t'écris pour te dire que I'm writing to tell you that le rendez-vous est à 14h. The meeting is at 2 p.m. J'habite à Paris. I live in Paris. Je suis en vacances. I'm on vacation. Je ne peux pas venir. I can't come. Le cours commence à 10h. The class starts at 10 a.m. Apporte une boisson s'il te plaît. Bring a drink, please. In your writing, always respond to all points in the instruction. These phrases help you do that clearly. To invite, suggest or propose. Tu peux venir? Do you want to come? Je t'invite à dîner. I invite you to dinner. On se retrouve à 18h? Shall we meet at 6 p.m.? Tu es libre ce week-end? Are you free this weekend? Viens chez moi vendredi. Come to my place Friday. Ça te va? Is that okay for you? To apologize or explain a problem. Désolé, je ne peux pas. Sorry, I can't. Je suis malade. I'm sick. J'ai un problème. I have a problem. Je suis en retard. I'm late. Je te rappelle demain. I'll call you back tomorrow. On peut changer l'heure? Can we change the time? To say thank you or end the message. Merci pour ton message. Thank you for the message. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Bonne journée. Have a good day. À bientôt. See you soon. À demain. See you tomorrow. Bisous. Kisses. À plus. See you later. Always end your message politely. It's part of the expected structure in the exam. Now let's talk about spelling, because even a short, simple message can lose points if it contains too many errors. At the A1 level, examiners are not expecting perfection, but they do expect correct basis French. Here are the top 5 spelling areas you should check before submitting a written task, plus clear example and tips to help you get them right. Accent, les accents. Accents are an essential part of French spelling. They are not optional. They can completely change the meaning of a word or make the word incorrect if missing. French have several types of accents. L'accent aigu. For example, été, summer, is right with an accent aigu. Très, very, is right with an accent grave. Français is right with a C cédille. À 18h, the A is with an accent. Even if this seems like small details, missing accents will hurt your spelling score. If you're typing, learn how to type French accent on your computer or phone. If you're writing by hand, write accent clearly and carefully. Gender agreement, l'accord en genre. In French, adjectives and some nouns change depending on gender, masculine or feminine. This is a common source of spelling mistakes. For example, je suis fatigué, without a E at the end, it's for a man. But je suis fatigué with a E at the end, it's for a woman. Espagnol without a E is for men. Espagnol with a E is for a woman. The pronunciation don't change. Mon ami is a male friend, and mon ami with a E is a female friend. Adding or forgetting an he can change the gender and your meaning. Always ask yourself who is speaking or writing, are they male or female? Adjust your adjectives accordingly. Practice with common adjectives like fatigué, content, occupé. Plural endings, les pluriels. French adds S and sometimes X at the end of most plural nouns and adjectives. Even though we usually don't pronounce the plural S, it must be written. This is an easy way to lose points if forgotten. For example, les amis with a S, friends. Mes cours with a S, my classes. Look for clues in the sentence. If you see les, des, mes, nos, your noun is plural and you need to write the S. Commonly confused words, les mots confondus. Some French words look or sound very similar, but mean very different things. They are often mixed up by A1 learners, even native speakers confuse them sometimes. Here are the top ones to know. Et, meaning and, confused with his. A, with an accent, meaning at or to. And A without an accent is has. Son, without a T, mean his or her. And son with a T is are. When you write, try to say the sentence out loud in French. If it doesn't sound right, it might not be right. With practice, these little mistakes will disappear. Basic punctuation. Punctuation is often forgotten, but it gives structure and clarity to your message. Even in a short 3-line message, examiner expects you to start with a capital letter, and each sentence with a period, un point. Use question marks when asking. Use exclamation marks when appropriate. For example, bonjour Julie, point. Tu veux venir? Point d'interrogation. Merci beaucoup, point d'exclamation. Avoid writing everything in lowercase. It's hard to read and not acceptable. Before submitting your writing task, take 30 seconds to check the following. Did I write a greeting? Did I answer all part of the question? Did I write complete sentences? Do I close politely? Did I check spelling and accent? Here's how you can practice on your own or with a teacher. Phrase bank, make a notebook or digital list of your favorite useful expression. Flashcards, one side scenario, like invite a friend, other side full message. Mini writing prompts, try one per day example. Try one per day. Example, write a message to cancel a dinner. Dictation, listen to a message and try to write it down. Peer review, exchange short messages with a friend and correct each other. In this lesson, you learned essential reusable phrases for DELF A1 message, greetings, info, invitation, apologize, closing, spelling tips to avoid common mistakes, accent, gender, plural, punctuation. A checklist to help you organize and review your message before submitting. Easy way to practice your writing every day. In the next writing lesson, we will work on a real sample message with correction and feedback step by step. Until then, keep practicing and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new video in your DELF A1 writing preparation series. Today, we're focusing on one of the most powerful things you can do to improve your writing score, and it takes less than 2 minutes. Checking your work before you submit it. It sounds obvious, but many candidates skip this final step. They finish writing, they're tired, and they end in their paper without reviewing. That's a big mistake. In this video, I will give you a complete checklist you can follow in the last few minutes of the exam. It's quick, simple, and designed especially for DELF A1 students. We will go step by step. Structure, content, grammar, vocabulary, spelling and pronunciation, and final read-through. Let's dive in. First, the structure. Ask yourself, did I write a greeting? Bonjour Marie, salut Paul. Did I include a short body of text, 1 to 4 sentences? Did I end with a closing? Merci, à bientôt, Sophie. The structure of a short message in a DELF A1 exam is always the same. Greeting, main content, polite closing, and your name. For example, salut Emma, je viens à ta fête samedi à 18h. Tu veux que j'apporte un dessert? Merci, À samedi, Julie. If your writing doesn't have this format, go back and fix it. Content. Did you answer all parts of the question? The DELF A1 writing instruction usually give you 2 to 4 specific things to include. For example, write a short message to your friend, say when the party is, where it is, what to bring. Now ask yourself, did I mention all the requested details? Did I follow the situation and context? Is anything missing? Don't skip one detail just because you're not sure of the vocabulary. Use simple French to explain or describe. Grammar. Are your verbs and adjectives correct? At A1 level, grammar is simple but still important. Here are the key grammar points to check. Subject plus verb agreement. For example, je suis fatigué. Not je suis fatigué. Il a un frère. Not ils ont un frère. Il a un frère. Check the verb endings for je, tu, il, elle, nous formes, especially in present tense. Gender agreements. Je suis content if masculine. Je suis contente if feminine. Mon ami if masculin. Mon ami with a e if feminine. Make sure adjectives match the gender of the subject. Use of common verbs. Did you use être, avoir, aller, and faire correctly? These are the most common verbs in A1 writing. For example, je suis à la maison, il a un problème, on va au restaurant, je fais un gâteau. Vocabulary. Is your French simple and accurate? You don't need fancy vocabulary in DELF A1. You need practical and correct vocabulary. Check that you used common everyday words, not English-looking words, words from the question prompt to stay relevant, formula expressions that make your message natural. For example, good A1 vocabulary, rendez-vous, chez moi, demain, ce soir, téléphone, fête, livre, message, heure, venir, invité. But avoid these mistakes, like using English words like party, okay, sorry, trying to translate phrases from English directly. French has its own way of expressing idea. For example, if you want to say I hope you can come, you can simply say j'espère que tu peux venir. If you're not sure about a word, use one that you are confident is correct. Spelling and punctuation. Now it's time to polish your writing by checking the small details. This can make a big difference. For example, the accents, like été, très, à 18h, ça va, français. Don't write this word without an accent. Capital letters and punctuation. Sentences must start with a capital letter and must end with a period. Questions need a question mark and use exclamation marks only when necessary. For example, Salut Thomas, tu veux venir ce soir? Merci. Avoid writing everything in lowercase. It looks rushed and it will cost you points. Quickly reread your sentences and check. Are all words spelled correctly? Do you have subject plus verbs? Did you forget any final letters? Like ami with a S, not ami without a S, and parents with a S, not parents without a S. Final read through. And now here's your last step. Read your whole message out loud quietly, in your head or whisper if needed. Ask yourself, does it sound natural? Does it make sense? Is it easy to understand? Can someone reading this know what I mean without guessing? If the answer is yes, you're ready to submit. Let's take an example writing prompt. You're writing a message to your friend. Say, you're sick, you can come to the cinema, suggest another day. Here a student's first draft. Salut Clara, je suis malade, je ne veux venir au cinéma, on va lundi, merci. Let's check it with the checklist. Structure. No greeting with capital letter. No closing. Content, it gives all 3 prompts, but not clearly. Grammar, je ne venir, it's incorrect. Spelling, missing accents, like at cinema. Here's an improved version. Salut Clara, virgule. Je suis malade, point. Je ne peux pas venir au cinéma, point. On y va lundi, point d'interrogation. Merci, virgule. À bientôt, point d'exclamation. Emma. Now it's structured, correct, polite, and complete. Before you submit your writing, ask yourself, did I include a greeting, message body, and polite closing? Did I answer every part of the question? Did I use correct subject, verb, and gender agreement? Did I write with simple, relevant vocabulary? Did I check spelling, accent, and punctuation? Does my message make sense if I read it aloud? If the answer is yes to all of this, your task is ready. In this lesson, you learned how to review your writing with a simple checklist. Structure, content, grammar, vocabulary, spelling, read-through. It takes just 2-3 minutes, but it can help you avoid small mistakes and improve your score. So next time, before you hand in your paper, take that moment to review. You will feel more confident and you will get better results. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. In today's video, we will work on a real practice task from the DELF A1 exam. You will learn how to write a short letter to a French friend, following the instruction step by step. We will read and understand the task, plan the message, write a first draft, correct it step by step, review useful expression, improve the message together. If you follow this process, you will feel more confident and prepare for your writing task in the exam. Let's begin. First, understanding the task. Here is today's writing prompt, as it might appear in the DELF A1 exam, only in French. Vous écrivez une lettre à une amie française ou un ami français pour l'inviter dans votre pays pendant les vacances. Vous lui parlez des activités que vous pouvez faire ensemble. You're writing a letter to a French friend to invite them to your country during the holidays. You talk about the activities you can do together. Let's underline the key points. You're writing to a friend. You can use an informal tone. You want to invite them to your country, and you must mention some activities you can do together. So in your message, you need to say when and why you are inviting them, where you are, your country or city, what activities you suggest, like visits, food, nature, etc. Use a friendly and simple style. The goal is to write 30 to 50 words using clear, correct French. Before writing, take 1-2 minutes to plan your message. Ask yourself, who I am writing to? A friend, informal tone. What is my objective? To invite them. What details should I include? When, where, what to do. How should I structure the message? Of course, I suggested the structure greeting. Say you're inviting them for the holidays. Talk about what you can do together. Closing and your name. Now let's write a first draft. I give you some time to write a draft on your own, and we will go together to check. Pause the video, write your first draft, and we will review together. Here a first draft. Salut Paul, je t'invite dans mon pays cet été. On peut visiter la ville, aller à la plage, manger des plats typiques. J'espère que tu peux venir. À bientôt, Sarah. This is a great start. It includes all the information and it's understandable. But there are several areas to improve. Let's go step by step. Always start with a capital letter, add full stops at the end of sentences and commas where needed. It's wrong to say Salut Paul, je t'invite. It's correct to say Salut Paul, virgule, je t'invite. Now apply this to the whole text. Accents and spelling. French uses accents that are not optional. À la plage, with an accent at the A. J'espère. À bientôt with capital and accent. Word spacing and flow. Let's add line breaks and improve clarity. Here's a corrected version. Salut Paul, virgule. Je t'invite dans mon pays cet été, point. On peut visiter la ville, virgule, aller à la plage et manger des plats typiques, point. J'espère que tu peux venir, point d'exclamation. À bientôt, virgule, Sarah. Now we have a complete and clean message. It includes friendly greeting, clear invitation, 3 examples of fun activities, a polite positive clothing. And it's just under 40 words, perfect for DELF A1. This message would get a very good score because it answers the instruction fully, it is structured, greeting, message body, closing, it uses correct grammar and vocabulary, spelling and punctuation are appropriate, the tone is informal and friendly. Here are some phrases from this message that you can memorize for your own writing. For invitation, je t'invite dans mon pays. I invite you to my country. Viens me voir pendant les vacances. Come visit me during the holidays. Tu veux venir en août? Do you want to come in August? For suggesting activities. On peut visiter la ville. We can visit the city. On peut aller à la plage. We can go to the beach. On peut faire une randonnée. We can go hiking. On peut manger des plats typiques. We can eat local food. On peut aller au musée. We can go to the museum. For ending your message, j'espère que tu peux venir. I hope you can come. À bientôt. See you soon. Je t'attends. I'm waiting for you. Bisous. Kisses. And your name. Now it's your turn. Try this prompt. You write to your friend French to invite them to your city. You say when to come and suggest who thing to do. Take 5 minutes to write a version. Use a greeting, 2 activities, a clothing, and no more than 50 words. Then use this checklist to correct it. Did I follow the instruction? Did I include all the points? Are there capital letters and periods? Did I use correct accents? Did I sing with my name? This is a great exam practice. So I let you pause the video and take 5 minutes to write this message. Here's another full sample you can study. Salut Camille, virgule. Je t'invite à venir chez moi en juillet, point. Il fait beau ici et on peut aller au lac ou faire du vélo ensemble. Tu veux venir? Point d'interrogation. Dis-moi vite! Point d'exclamation. À bientôt, Marc. It includes the when, the activities, the time, and it's short and natural. Let's review what we did in this lesson. You learned how to understand a DELF A1 writing prompt. We wrote a first draft, then corrected it. We built a strong, natural final version. You learned useful phrases to memorize. You practiced checking your own writing with a checklist. Remember, writing in DELF A1 is not about writing a lot. It's about writing clearly, correctly, and in context. Practice this type of message again and again until you feel comfortable, and after just a few sessions, you will be ready for the exams. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson in the DELF A1 writing preparation. In today's session, we are going to focus on something very specific and very important. Filling out a form, also called remplir un formulaire in French. This is the first writing task in the DELF A1 exam. It's simple, but you need to be very careful and accurate. In this lesson, we will understand the instructions for this kind of task, review the most common form fields in French, practice filling out a simple form, go over common mistakes and how to avoid them, and review key vocabulary and tips. Let's get started. In the DELF A1 writing exam, task 1 is a basic form. The kind of form you will fill out when registering for a class, booking a room, applying for a card. The good news? You don't need to write full sentences. You just need to write correct words and numbers in the right places. But don't rush. A simple mistake can cost you points. Let's look at a sample instruction. For example, you want to register for a French course. Fill in the form with your personal information. You are given a small table with 5 to 7 fields. For example, nom, last name, prénom, first name, nationalité, nationality, adresse, address, numéro de téléphone, phone number, date de naissance, date of birth, profession, job. Before you can fill out the form, you need to understand what each word means. So let's go through the most common fields. So, nom in French, last name, family name, prénom is the first name, date de naissance, it's date of birth, and you need to write it in French, so the day, the month, and the year. L'adresse, address, le code postal, postal code or zip code, la ville, city, le pays, country, la nationalité, nationality, téléphone, numéro de téléphone, phone number, email ou courriel, email address, profession, job, occupation, langue, language, sex, gender, âge, age. It's important to memorize these words before the exam so you don't waste time. Let's do an example together. You are registering for a French class, complete the form below. Formulaire d'inscription. Nom, Piccolo. Prénom, Giovanni. Nationalité, italienne. Adresse, 12 avenue Pasteur. Code postal, 75 014. Ville, Paris. Téléphone, 06 58 27 42 93. Date de naissance, le 21 juin 1994. Profession, informaticien. This is a perfectly filled out form. Now let's look at it in more details. Even if the task looks easy, students often lose points by making small mistakes, like writing your full name in the wrong box. Nom? Don't write your full name in nom. You have to write Piccolo, your last name, in nom, and your first name in prénom. A very common mistake is the confusing date formats. In French, the day format is day, month, year, not month, day, year. It's day, month, year. So if you're born the 21st June, you have to write 21-06-1994. Mistake 3, writing full sentences. For example, in nationalité, just write Italienne. And you can't agree the gender because Italienne, even if you are a man, it's agreement to nationalité. Don't write Je suis italien. Mistake 4, leaving blank fields. Unless the question is not applicable, always fill out every section. If you don't have a phone, you can write a cross or n/a, acceptable in some exams, or leave it empty only if it's permitted, but try to avoid blanks. Mistake 5, using English spelling or words. Make sure your answers are in French, even if the information is easy. For example, for profession, add informaticien, not computer scientist. So let's go through useful vocabulary you might need. Nationalities. Pay attention to gender. Français, française, anglais, anglaise, américain, américaine, espagnol, espagnol, allemand, allemande, italien, italienne, canadien, canadienne. Make sure the ending matches your gender or the thing that it's asked. If it's writing nationalité, you can write it in the feminine way. Les professions, jobs. Common example, étudiant, étudiante, student. Étudiant, étudiante, student. Enseignant, teacher. Serveur, serveuse, waiter, waitress. Développeur, développeuse, developer. Journaliste, journalist. Médecin, doctor. Artiste. Infirmier, infirmière, nurse. Addresses, you can write rue, street, avenue, boulevard, numéro. For example, 35 rue Victor Hugo. For the phone numbers, write it clearly with spaces, like 06 12 45 78 93. In French, numbers are usually grouped in pairs when spoken and written. Here are some final tips to do well in this task. Read the instruction carefully. It may ask you to use imaginary details or your real ones. Keep your handwriting clear. If the examiner cannot read it, it may be marked wrong. Use correct accents, especially for your name, city, and nationality. Check your date form wrote in your date of birth. Double check the spelling of words like française, médecin, Paris, etc. Here's a challenge for you. Fill in the form below using your own or imaginary information. This is a formulaire d'inscription for a cours de français. Take 5 minutes, then go back and check spelling, check gender, of nationality and profession, check format of the date, add accents where needed. I'll let you pause the video, take 5 minutes and fill out this form in French. So let's review what we've done today. You learned what the first writing task in the DELF A1 is. Filling a form. You saw the most common fields and how to understand them. You practiced filling out a sample form. You learned how to avoid frequent mistakes. You reviewed the vocabulary for nationalities, job, addresses, and dates. Remember, this task is about clarity and precision, not long sentences or complex grammar. You can prepare this part of the exam in advance by memorizing the key vocabulary, practicing writing your personal info in French, rehearsing with fake forms. The more you practice, the faster and more confident you will be during a real exam. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. Today we're going to talk about the oral exam, also known as the production orale section of the DELF A1. Many students feel nervous about speaking in French, but don't worry, this part of the exam is very structured and you can prepare for it. Once you know what to expect, it becomes much easier. In this video, we'll go over what happens during the oral exam, the structure of the 3 tasks, example and tips for each task, how to prepare effectively. Let's begin. What is the DELF A1 oral exam? The oral exam is a short, individual interview with one examiner. It lasts about 5 to 7 minutes in total. There are 3 parts, always in the same order: guide interview, exchange of information, role play. You will have about 10 minutes of preparation time before the last task, the role play. The examiner is friendly and trying to help you succeed. Their goal is to check if you can communicate in simple, everyday situations, not if your French is perfect. The first task is guided interview. This is a basic conversation where you answer questions about yourself. The examiner will ask you questions like: what's your name? Comment tu t'appelles? Where are you from? Tu viens d'où? What do you do? Tu fais quoi dans la vie? What languages do you speak? Tu parles quelle langue? What do you like? Qu'est-ce que tu aimes? You don't need long answers, just simple, clear replies. For example, tu habites où? J'habite à Rome, en Italie. Tu travailles? Non, je suis étudiant. Tips: memorize short answers about yourself. Use full sentences, not one word. Practice talking about your age, country, jobs, hobbies, family, and daily life. Task 2, exchange of information. This task is based on a visual prompt like a picture or form. You and the examiner ask each other simple questions and answer. There are two parts. You answer a question about a person or situation. You ask questions using a picture or a card. For example, you receive a photo of a person with info like nom Sophie, âge 25 ans, profession infirmière, ville Lyon. The examiner may ask, elle s'appelle comment? Elle habite où? Elle a quel âge? And you reply, elle s'appelle Sophie. Elle habite à Lyon. Elle a 25 ans. Then you get a card to ask questions like adresse, téléphone, profession. Tips: review how to ask basic questions. Practice saying numbers, days, and places. Use question words où, quand, quel, comment. Task 3, the role play. This is the most realistic task. You will simulate a short dialogue with the examiner based on a real-life situation. For examples, you are at a bakery and you want to buy bread. You are calling a hotel to book a room. You are at the train station asking for a ticket. You are meeting a friend to go to the cinema. Before this task, you will get 10 minutes to prepare. You will receive a card with instruction and an example situation. Your goal is to start the conversation if needed, ask simple questions, answer politely, complete a basic task, ask for a price, set the date, give your name, etc. For example, bonjour, je voudrais une baguette s'il vous plaît. Ça fait 1 euro. Merci beaucoup. Au revoir. Tips: practice typical real-life dialogues. Focus on communication, not perfection. Use polite expression. Bonjour, merci, s'il vous plaît, au revoir. To prepare well, learn to introduce yourself confidently. Review basic vocabulary, numbers, jobs, food, places. Practice with sample prompts and cards. Focus on clear pronunciation and simple sentences. You don't need to speak fast or use complex grammar. The goal is to show you can interact in everyday situation using basic French. So let's recap. The oral exam is short, just 5 to 7 minutes. It includes 3 tasks: guide interview, exchange of info, and role play. You can prepare by practicing simple answers, asking questions, and simulating real-life conversation. Be clear, polite, and stay calm. That's all the examiner wants. In the next lessons, we will go deeper into each task with real examples and tips. Thanks for watching and see you in the next video. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, we will focusing on the first part of the oral exam, the guided interview, or in French, l'entretien dirigé. This is the beginning of your oral test. It's short, friendly, and the goal is simple, to talk about yourself in basic French. Don't worry, the examiner will help you. The questions are not difficult and you can prepare them in advance. In this video, we will explain what the guide interview is, go over the common questions you might hear, show you how to answer naturally and correctly, help you practice with model answers, share key vocabulary and tips for success. Let's get started. What is the guided interview? The guided interview is the first task of the oral exam. It lasts about 1 to 2 minutes. The examiner asks simple personal questions and you answer. It's a bit like meeting someone for the first time and introducing yourself. The examiner may ask about your name, your age, your nationality, your city, your family, your work or studies, your daily activities, and your hobbies. You don't need to give long answers, just speak clearly with short and complete sentences. Let's now look at the typical questions and how to answer them. First, comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? What's your name? Simple answers: je m'appelle Sarah. Je m'appelle Sarah. My name is Sarah. Always use je m'appelle, not just Sarah, to have a complete sentence. Tu as quel âge? Tu as quel âge? How old are you? Simple answers. J'ai 28 ans. J'ai 28 ans. I am 28 years old. In French, we say I have X years, not I am. J'ai 28 ans. Tu es de quelle nationalité? Tu es de quelle nationalité? What is your nationality? Simple answer. Je suis Canadien, if you're a man. Je suis Canadienne, if you're a woman. I'm Canadian. Make sure you know how to say your nationality in French. Adjust for masculine and feminine. Tu habites où? Tu habites où? Where do you live? You can answer j'habite à Toronto, au Canada. I live in Toronto, in Canada. Learn how to say your city and country in French. Use A for cities and en, o ou o for countries, depending of the countries. Tu fais quoi dans la vie? Tu fais quoi dans la vie? What do you do in life? Je suis étudiant, étudiante, I am a student. Je travaille dans un restaurant. I work in a restaurant. Je suis professeur. I'm a teacher. Choose one sentence that fits your situation and use je suis plus job or je travaille dans plus fields. Tu parles quelle langue? Which language do you speak? Je parle anglais et un peu français. I speak English and a little French. Don't say I speak fluent French unless you are really fluent. Be honest and simple. Tu as des frères et sœurs? Tu as des frères et sœurs? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Oui, j'ai un frère et une sœur. Yes, I have a brother and a sister. Non, je suis enfant unique. No, I am an only child. No, I am only child. Tu aimes faire quoi pendant ton temps libre? Tu aimes faire quoi pendant ton temps libre? What do you like to do in your free time? For example, j'aime écouter de la musique. I like listening to music. J'aime regarder des séries. Watching series. Et faire du sport. And doing sport. Prepare a list of 2-3 activities you enjoy. Use verbs in the infinitive. Écouter, regarder, lire, voyager. Let's now build a full self-introduction. This is helpful if the examiner says présente-toi. Introduce yourself. Présente-toi. Here's a model answer. Bonjour, je m'appelle Sarah. J'ai 28 ans. Je suis canadienne et j'habite à Toronto. Je suis étudiante en informatique. Je parle anglais et un peu français. J'ai une sœur. J'aime lire, écouter de la musique et faire du yoga. Keep it short, 4 to 6 sentences are enough. So now let's do a mini guided interview together. I will ask the question and you will answer out loud. Ready? Comment tu t'appelles? Tu as quel âge? Tu es de quelle nationalité? Tu habites où? Tu fais quoi dans la vie? Tu parles quelle langue? Tu as des frères et sœurs? Qu'est-ce que tu aimes faire pendant ton temps libre? Well done! So now, let's now talk about the most common errors in this task. Answering too short. For example, tu habites où? Toronto. Always say a full sentence. J'habite à Toronto. Use the verbs that the examiner use in the question. Habite, j'habite à Toronto. Forgetting the gender agreement. Saying je suis canadien if you're a woman. No, you have to say je suis canadienne if you're female. Saying je suis 25 ans It should be j'ai 25 ans. J'ai 25 ans. I have 25 years. J'ai 25 ans. Mispronouncing numbers. Practice saying your age, your house number, or your birthday. Numbers must be clear. Try to review French numbers from 1 to 100. Here are useful words to revise before the exams. In French, nationalities agree with gender. Most masculine forms end in a consonant. The feminine form often had a he, but some change spelling slightly. Français, française. Je suis français, je suis française. Anglais, anglaise. Il est anglais, elle est anglaise. Italien, italienne. Tu es italien, tu es italienne. Allemand, allemande. Mon père est allemand. Espagnol, espagnol. Elle est espagnole. Marocain, marocaine. Je connais une fille marocaine. Américain, américaine. Il est américain. Chinois, chinoise. Elle est chinoise. Use the sentence je suis nationalité. I am nationality. Je suis française, for example. Tu es de quelle nationalité? What nationality are you? For the jobs, here's some common vocabulary for the jobs. Jobs also follow gender rules. Be sure to use je suis plus job without the article un or une. Étudiant, étudiante. Je suis étudiant à Paris. Enseignant, enseignante. Elle est enseignante dans une école. Serveur, serveuse. Il est serveur dans un restaurant. Médecin, médecin also for a woman. Mon frère est médecin. Artiste, artiste. Je suis artiste. Développeur, développeuse. Elle est développeuse web. Here's some useful expression. Je travaille comme plus job. I work as. Je ne travaille pas. Je suis étudiant, étudiante. I don't work. I'm a student. Je suis à la retraite. I'm retired. Je suis à la retraite. Talking about hobbies is a great way to make your answers longer and more natural. Here's some common hobbies. Lire, to read. Lire, to read. J'aime lire des romans. I like to read novels. Écouter de la musique. To listen to music. J'écoute de la musique tous les jours. Regarder des films. To watch movies. J'adore regarder des films français. Voyager. To travel. Je voyage souvent avec ma famille. Cuisiner. To cook. Je cuisine le week-end. Faire du sport. To do sport, exercise. Je fais du sport 3 fois par semaine. Danser. To dance. Le soir, je danse avec mes amis. Nager. To swim. En été, j'aime nager dans la mer. Try to explain your answers. Use connectors like et, and. J'aime lire et écouter de la musique. Aussi, also. Je fais du sport aussi. Mais, but. But. J'aime voyager, mais je n'ai pas le temps. Here's an example. Pendant mon temps libre, j'aime lire, regarder des séries et faire du sport. J'écoute aussi de la musique tous les jours. Here's some tips for success on exam day. Be ready to say 4-5 complete sentences about yourself. Use simple, correct phrases. Don't try to be fancy. Smile, breathe, and take your time. If you don't understand a question, you can say Pardon? Pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît? Practice at home with a mirror or with a friend, and record yourself and listen for improvement. Let's summarize what we learned today. This guide interview is the first part of the DELF A1 Orale exam. It's about you. You need to introduce yourself, answer basic personal questions, speak clearly, with short full sentences. Use correct grammar for your age, job, and nationality. Avoid short answers and missing verbs. And with just a little practice, this becomes easy. And it's a great way to start your oral exam with confidence. So now let's do a practice exercise. This activity will help you prepare for the task 1, l'entretien dirige. So imagine you're in front of the examiner. I will ask you the question out loud and respond out loud just like in the real exam. Comment tu t'appelles? Tu as quel âge? Tu es de quelle nationalité? Tu habites où? Tu fais quoi dans la vie? Tu parles quelle langue? Tu aimes faire quoi pendant ton temps libre? Great! Now, introduce yourself from memory and use this structure. Bonjour, je m'appelle j'ai ans, je suis et j'habite à je parle j'ai et j'aime I give you some time to introduce yourself with this structure. Great! After finishing review, did you use full sentences? Did you make sure your adjectives and nouns agree in gender and number? Did you avoid common mistakes, like saying je suis 25 ans instead of j'ai 25 ans? Let's review a simple answer to inspire your own. Bonjour, je m'appelle Tom. J'ai 31 ans. Je suis américain et j'habite à Chicago. Je suis ingénieur. Je parle anglais et un peu français. J'ai un frère. J'aime cuisiner, voyager et écouter de la musique. That's it for today's lesson on the guided interview in the DELF A1 Oral exam. Now you know what the examiner will ask, how to build strong, simple answers, what vocabulary and grammar to use, and how to practice effectively. Take 10 minutes today to write and say your personal introduction out loud. Repeat until you feel confident. This is one of the best ways to improve your speaking. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. In this video, we're going to work on the second task of the speaking exam called the information exchange, or in French, l'échange d'informations. This part is short, structured, and totally manageable. If you know what to expect and how to prepare, it's also a great opportunity to show that you can ask simple questions and understand basic answers. We will go through. So in this video, we will go through what happens in this part of the exam, what types of questions you need to ask and answer, examples of keywords and how to use them, strategies to prepare and practice, common mistakes and how to avoid them. What is the information exchange? The information exchange is the second task of the oral exam. It comes after the guided interview, where you talk about yourself. It lasts around 2 to 3 minutes and it's a short dialogue between you and the examiner. You are given 6 cards, each with a keyword like âge, age, profession, job, adresse, address, nationality, nationality, loisirs, hobbies, situation familiale, marital status. Your task is to ask the examiner 2 or 3 questions based on the keywords, answer 2 or 3 of the examiner questions based on the similar keyword. This is a two-way interaction, like a mini conversation. Let's walk through it step by step. Before this task, you will get 10 minutes of total preparation time shared with the task 3, the role play. During that time, you can read the 6 cards and prepare questions for each one. Example cards, âge. You can write a question like, quel âge avez-vous? How old are you? You don't have to use the exact word on the card, but your question should have the same meaning. You will ask your question first, then the examiner will ask you questions. Step 2. Ask your questions. You choose 2 or 3 cards and ask the examiners. For example, card Situation familiale. You can ask quelle est votre situation familiale? Est-ce que vous êtes marié? Different form, but same idea. Vous vivez seul. Do you live alone? You can be flexible. The goal is to communicate the idea clearly. Step 3. Answer the examiner question. Now it's your turn to answer. The examiner will ask 2 or 3 questions using other cards. They will speak slowly and clearly. You must give short, complete answer. For example, he can ask quelle est votre nationalité? Je suis espagnol. Quels sont vos loisirs? J'aime regarder des films et faire du vélo. What kind of question you should ask? Here are common keywords and example questions you can use. Nom, prénom. Comment vous vous appelez? Quel est votre prénom? Âge. Quel âge avez-vous? Vous avez quel âge? Address. Quelle est votre adresse? Vous habitez où? Nationalité. Quelle est votre nationalité? Vous êtes de quel pays? Profession, travail. Quelle est votre profession? Qu'est-ce que vous faites dans la vie? Situation familiale. Vous êtes marié? Vous avez des enfants? Quelle est votre situation familiale? Loisirs. Qu'est-ce que vous aimez faire pendant votre temps libre? Quels sont vos loisirs? Let's look at an example of a real DELF style mini exchange. You ask, quelle est votre nationalité? Je suis française. Vous avez des enfants? Oui, j'ai 2 filles. Quel est votre loisir préféré? J'aime beaucoup lire et cuisiner. Now the examiner asks you, quelle est votre profession? Je suis étudiant. Vous habitez où? J'habite à Londres. Vous parlez quelle langue? Je parle anglais et un peu français. How to prepare effectively. Here are the best strategies to practice this task. First, memorize common question structures like quel est votre? Est-ce que vous? Vous avez? Vous êtes? Mix them to sound more natural. Practice asking and answering with a partner or alone. Use flashcards with the 6 key topics. Ask yourself the question, then answer out loud. Learn how to rephrase using synonyms. For example, instead of quelle est votre situation familiale, say vous êtes marié. It shows flexibility and comprehension. Work on pronunciation and clarity. You don't need to speak fast. Speak clearly and with confidence, even if your sentences are simple. Use polite expressions. Even in a short exchange, remember bonjour, merci, s'il vous plaît. This creates a good impression. Common mistakes to avoid. First, only using keywords. Don't just say âge. Say a complete sentence. Quel âge avez-vous? Same in your answers. Forgetting full sentences in your answer is an error. The examiner asks, vous habitez où? Don't just say Paris. Say, j'habite à Paris. Not understanding the question. If you don't understand, it's okay to say, pardon? Pouvez-vous répéter s'il vous plaît? That's better than answering incorrectly. And other mistake is to saying too much or going off topic. Keep your answers short, clear, and relevant. Vocabulary to review before the exam. Some question words like Quel, quel, and quel. It's the same, just the gender and number are different. Où, where. Quand, when. Comment, how. Combien, how many. The verbs être, to be, je suis, vous êtes. Avoir, to have, j'ai, vous avez. Habiter, to live. Parler, to speak. Faire, to do. Phrases like j'ai 25 ans, je suis étudiant, étudiante. J'aime le sport. J'habite à Madrid. Je parle anglais et espagnol. Let's do a complete practice, just like in the real exam. Imagine you have received 6 cards with the following keywords: âge, profession, adresse, situation familiale, loisir, langue parlée. Your task is to choose 3 of these cards and ask me, the examiner, a question for each one. You have 10 minutes of preparation. In the real exam, this time is shared with the task 3 of the role play. So it's your turn. Choose 3 cards, prepare 1 question for each, ask them out loud as if I were the examiner. Try to vary your sentence structures. For example, est-ce que vous êtes, quel est. Take your time. So I'll let you pause the video, ask your 3 questions. So after answering your question, imagine the examiner asks you: quelle est votre nationalité? Vous habitez où? Quels sont vos loisirs? Answer each one with a short, complete sentence. Quelle est votre nationalité? Vous habitez où? Quels sont vos loisirs? Here are some example questions you could ask. Âge? Quel âge avez-vous? Vous avez quel âge? Profession? Quelle est votre profession? Vous travaillez où? Adresse? Vous habitez où? Quelle est votre adresse? Situation familiale? Vous êtes marié? Vous avez des enfants? Loisirs? Qu'est-ce que vous aimez faire pendant votre temps libre? Quels sont vos loisirs? Langue parlée? Vous parlez quelle langue? Quelle langue vous parlez à la maison? Final tip, create flashcards with keywords like prénom, âge, adresse, nationalité, profession, téléphone, loisirs, langue, situation familiale et pays. And you can repeat the exercise often with different cards. Then each day pick 3 and practice. 3 questions to ask and 3 answers to give. The more you repeat, the more fluent and confidently you will become, and that's exactly what the DELF exam is testing. So the information exchange is the second part of the oral exam. It's a simple back and forth interaction with the examiner. You will ask 2-3 questions using key cards, answer 2-3 questions from the examiner, use simple but full sentences, focus on communication and clarity. With 10 minutes of preparation, this task is absolutely achievable and a great way to show your confidence and speaking ability. Thanks for watching and see you in the next video. Hi and welcome to this DELF A1 preparation video. In this lesson, we are focusing on the third and final part of the oral exam, the role play, jeu de rôle. This task simulates a real-life situation where you act as a client or customer, and the examiner plays the role of the shopkeeper, waiter, receptionist, or employee. It's practical, dynamic, and a great opportunity to show that you can use French in everyday situations. In this video, you will learn what this task involves, the kinds of situations you might face, the key skills you need to show, sample dialogues and vocabulary, strategies to succeed and common mistakes to avoid. Let's begin. What is the role play? The role play is the third part of the DELF A1 oral exam. It lasts about 2 to 4 minutes. You will be given a situation card with a few images or short notes. You have 10 minutes of preparation time shared with task 2 to look at the image and prepare your role. You will always play the customer. The examiner plays the person giving the service, a waiter, salesperson, receptionist, etc. Your goal is to ask questions, give information, react naturally, and get what you want, a product or a service. Here are typical scenarios you might get in the exam. In a restaurant, order food and drinks, ask about price, ask for the bill. In a supermarket or market, buy fruits, vegetables, cheese, bread, ask the price of weight. At the bakery, buy a baguette, croissant, ask what time they open. At a furniture store, ask about the size and price of a table, choose delivery. At the pharmacy, ask for medicines, explain a small health problem. At the hotel or camping, reserve a room or a place, ask about price, give your name and dates. At the train station, buy a ticket, ask about schedules, price and platform. You don't have to memorize complicated scripts. Instead, be ready to use simple phrases to ask for things, ask how much something costs, say how many, how much you want, give personal details, name, address, time, date. The examiner wants to see if you can start and hold a basic conversation in French, understand simple spoken French, react appropriately, even if you don't understand everything, ask and answer simple questions, use functional language, greetings, quantities, price, time. You are not judged on perfection, but your ability to communicate clearly. If you make mistakes, that's okay. What matters is your effort to interact. Here are essential expressions that can help you succeed. To greet and start the conversation. Bonjour madame. Bonjour monsieur. Je voudrais. I would like. Est-ce que je peux avoir? Can I have? To ask questions. Combien ça coûte? How much does it cost? C'est combien? How much is it? À quelle heure? At what time? Vous avez? Do you have? To give quantity and information. Je prends 2 baguettes. I will take 2 baguettes. 1 kilo de pommes, s'il vous plaît. 1 kilogram of apple, please. Je m'appelle Thomas Dupont. J'arrive le 10 juin, je pars le 15 juin. To pay. Je paye en espèces. I pay in cash. Tenez, here you go. C'est bon, merci. To end the conversation, merci beaucoup. Bonne journée. Au revoir. Here are some examples of role plays. 1. You're at the bakery. You want to buy 2 croissants and a baguette. You can say, bonjour, je voudrais 2 croissants et une baguette, s'il vous plaît. C'est combien? Je paye en espèces. Merci, au revoir. Role play 2 at the hotel. You want to reserve a room from the 12th to the 15th of July for 1 person. You can say, bonjour, je voudrais réserver une chambre pour une personne du 12 au 15 juillet. C'est combien par nuit? Je m'appelle Olivia Smith. Merci, au revoir. Roleplay 3 at the train station. You want a one-way ticket to Lyon for tomorrow morning. You can say, bonjour, je voudrais un billet pour Lyon, s'il vous plaît. Pour demain matin. Il y a un train à quelle heure? C'est combien? Je paye par carte. Merci. And roleplay 4 at the pharmacy. You have a headache and you want medicine. You can say, bonjour, j'ai mal à la tête. Vous avez quelque chose pour moi? Je prends ce médicament. Merci, au revoir. What if you don't understand? Sometimes the examiner will say something you don't understand, and that's okay. Use these phrases to ask for help. Pardon? Comment? Vous pouvez répéter, s'il vous plaît? Je ne comprends pas. Plus lentement, s'il vous plaît. The examiner will always help and speak slowly. Okay, let's do a practice roleplay at a furniture store. You are at a furniture store in France. You want to buy a table and 2 chairs. You want to know the price, the delivery time, and if you can pay by cards. You have 10 minutes to prepare your sentences. You will then play the role of the customer. So you need to say hello and explain what you want. Ask for the price of the table. How many chairs are in stock? When it can be delivered. if card payment is accepted. React to the seller's answer, confirm your order, end the conversation politely. So I'll let you pause the video, write your sentence, and we come back with the model dialogue. Here's a model dialogue with sample answers. Bonjour madame, je cherche une table et 2 chaises. Bonjour, quelle taille pour la table? Une petite table pour 2 personnes s'il vous plaît. Here's a model dialogue with sample answers. Bonjour madame, je cherche une table et 2 chaises. Bonjour, quelle taille pour la table? Une petite table pour 2 personnes s'il vous plaît. Voici ce modèle. 120 € la table et 40 € par chaise. D'accord. C'est possible d'avoir la livraison? Oui, bien sûr, la livraison est dans 3 jours. Parfait. Et je peux payer par carte? Oui, nous acceptons les cartes bancaires. Très bien. Je prends la table et 2 chaises. Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous. Bonne journée. Au revoir. Here's some vocabulary help that you can use in this dialogue. Je cherche, I'm looking for. Une table, a table. Une chaise, a chair. 2 chaises, 2 chairs. Combien ça coûte? How much does it cost? Est-ce qu'il y a? Is there? En stock? In stock. La livraison, delivery. C'est possible de... Is it possible to... Par carte? Par carte? By card. En espèces? In cash. Je prends... I will take... Bonne journée. Have a nice day. Final tips for success. Be polite. C'est bonjour, s'il vous plaît, merci. Speak clearly and simply. Use phrases you've practiced. Don't worry about mistakes. Smile and stay calm. The role play is one of the most practical parts of the DELF A1 exam. It shows how you use French in real life. With just a little preparation, you can ask for what you need, understand price and quantities, show that you can communicate in everyday French, and show that you can communicate in everyday French. Keep practicing these dialogues, build your confidence, and you will do great. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this new lesson. In this lesson, we're going to focus on 4 things that can make a big difference in your speaking exam, even if your grammar or vocabulary are not perfect. It's pronunciation and confidence. At the A1 level, you don't need to sound like a native speaker, but you do need to be understood and you need to speak clearly enough for the examiner to follow what you're saying. Let's look at how to improve your pronunciation, how to avoid common mistakes, and how to build confidence for the speaking exam, even if you feel nervous. Why pronunciation matters in the DELF A1? The DELF A1 is not a test of perfect French, it's a test of basic communication. The examiner is not looking for a beautiful accent. They are listening to check, can they understand you easily? Do your words sound French, not English, Spanish, or another language? Are you making the basic sounds correctly? Can you speak without too many long pauses? That's all. You don't have to be perfect, but your pronunciation needs to be clear. Key sounds to practice. Let's go over some important French sounds that cause problems for many beginners. First, the R sound. The French R is soft and produced in the throat, not the mouth. For example, rouge, Paris, merci, travailler. Practice with a glass of water nearby and start slowly. Even a light R is okay and consistent. The nasal sounds en, on, un. These are sounds we don't have in English or many other language. En, it's like enfant, child, or restaurant. On, it's like bonjour, or non. Un, like in un, one, or lundi. Keep your mouth slightly open and let the sound go through your nose. Don't pronounce the final N or M. Silent final letters. In French, we usually don't pronounce final consonants. For example, we say petit, except it's for a woman, and we add the I and pronounce the T. Petite, petit. Grand, we don't pronounce the D here, except if it's a woman. Parle, but the I is silent if you say it fast. Parle. If a word ends with E, S, T, or X, it's usually silent, except in a liaison. We'll talk about that later. The French U versus OU. This is one of the hardest difference for English speakers. U, like in lune, round lips, tense mouth. OU, like in bonjour, more relaxed. Try to practice tu, tout, une, ou, sur, sourd. Tips: say he and round your lips, and it goes with the French U. EU. If you round your lips after saying he, you will go the U. You will have the U French. Liaison, liking words. In French, sometimes we link words for free speech. It happens when a word ends in a consonant and the next starts with a vowel. For example, vous avez, ils ont. You don't need to use this all the time. Use it only if you're confident. It's better to say the word separately than to make a wrong connection. How to practice pronunciation at home. Repeat after audio. Do the shadowing method. Shadowing is when you listen to a short audio and repeat immediately, trying to copy the rhythm and tone. Use slow audio at A1 level. For example, DELF listening recordings, French YouTube videos for beginner, audiobooks with text. Listen, pause, repeat, record yourself, compare. Use your phone to record yourself. Recording yourself is the best way to hear how you actually sound, not how you think you sound. Pick a short sentence like Bonjour, je m'appelle Sarah, j'ai 25 ans, j'habite à Madrid. Say it, record, and listen. What sounds unnatural? What is too fast? Too flat? Repeat again until it flows better. Work on rhythm and melody. French is a musical language. It flows with syllables connected smoothly. Try this. Don't pause too long between words. Stress the final syllable of each word gently. Avoid speaking word by word like a robot. Practice like this. Je suis étudiant, je parle un peu français. Say it in one breath, slowly and clearly. Practice key vocabulary out loud. Don't just read vocabulary silently, always say it aloud. When you learn a new word, repeat it 3 or 5 times. For example, loisir, loisir, un loisir, des loisirs. Then put it in a sentence. J'ai des loisirs, j'aime écouter de la musique. Now that you worked on pronunciation, let's talk about confidence. Many students feel nervous for the speaking exam. That's normal. But here's the good news. You don't need to speak fast. You don't need perfect grammar. You just need to communicate clearly and calmly. Let's look at simple ways to feel more confident on exam day. Memorize useful phrases. When you're nervous, it's easy to forget words. But if you practiced some ready-made phrases, that will help you stay calm. Here are examples. Je suis désolé, je ne comprends pas. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît? Can you repeat, please? Je suis un peu stressée. I'm a little nervous. Je parle un peu français. I speak a little French. These are real answers. The examiner won't punish you for them. They will be glad you're trying to express yourself. Slow down. When we are nervous, we speak too fast. Breathe, pause, smile. The examiner is not in a hurry. They want to understand you. Speaking more slowly actually helps you avoid mistakes and sound more confident. Practice your introduction until it's automatic. Your first answer sets the tone. Practice this until you can say it without thinking. Bonjour, je m'appelle. Name, j'ai an. Je suis j'habite à je parle et j'aime This will help you feel in control from the beginning. Don't panic if you forget a word. Forget perfect, focus on communication. If you cannot remember the word for restaurant, say c'est un endroit pour manger. It's a place to eat. Describe, point, smile. The examiner will help if needed. Practice with a timer. The oral exam is short, about 5-7 minutes in total. Practice speaking under time pressure. Set a timer for 1 minute and try to introduce yourself. Then do it in 30 seconds, then 90 seconds. This helps you speak efficiently without rushing. Some mistakes to avoid. Speaking too fast and mumbling. If the examiner cannot understand you, they cannot give you points. Breathe, speak slowly, and pronounce syllables clearly. Long pause or hesitation. Too many pauses make you sound unsure, even if your words are correct. Use filler phrases like alors, je réfléchis. Un moment, s'il vous plaît. Not answering in full sentences. Tu habites où? Answer, j'habite à Madrid, not just Madrid. Always give full short sentences. Forgetting to say the final S in plurals when needed. Even though S is usually silent, sometimes it shows in the liaison. Ils ont un chien. Mes amis habitent à Paris. Practice liaison only when confident. It's not required, but helps. Quick practice routines, 10 minutes a day. Is how you can improve pronunciation and confidence every day in 10 minutes. 2 minutes, read a short paragraph out loud. 2 minutes, shadow a slow French video. 2 minutes, record and listen to your own speaking. 2 minutes, practice introducing yourself. 2 minutes, say new vocabulary words aloud, 3-5 times. Repeat every day and you will feel the difference in just 1-2 weeks. So let's review the main idea. The pronunciation doesn't need to be perfect, just clear. Practice key sounds like R, nasal vowels, and U. Focus on natural rhythm, silent letters, and short sentences. Build your confidence with prepared phrases and daily practice. Don't worry about small mistakes, just keep communicating. In the DELF A1 exam, the examiner is there to help you, not to trick you. Thank you for watching and see you in the next lesson. Hi and welcome to this final DELF A1 preparation lesson. You've made it through the course. Congratulations! Now it's time to review everything. Focus on what really matters and prepare for exam day with calm and confidence. In this video, we will cover a grammar and vocabulary checklist to review before the exam. Let's begin. At the A1 level, you don't need to master complicated tenses or advanced structures, but you do need to know the basics and use them correctly and clearly. Here are the grammar points you should review before exam day. Personal subject pronouns. You must be able to recognize and use je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. For example, je suis étudiant, il habite à Paris. Present tense of key verbs. At A1 level, the focus is on le présent de l'indicatif, present tense. Review the most common verbs. Être, je suis, tu es, il est. Avoir, j'ai, tu as. Aller, je vais, tu vas. Faire, je fais. Parler, je parle. Habiter, j'habite. Travailler, je travaille. You don't need all verbs. Focus on je, tu, il, elle forms. You must know how to ask and answer simple questions. Review. Est-ce que tu as des frères? Intonation question like tu as des frères? And interrogative words like où, quand, comment, combien, pourquoi. Practice asking basic questions aloud before the exam. Be able to say no in a full sentence with the structure ne pas. For examples, Je ne parle pas italien. Il n'a pas de frère. Nous n'habitons pas ici. In speaking, ne is often dropped in casual speech, but still useful in the exam. Definite and indefinite articles. Know when to use un, une, le, la, les, des. For example, j'ai un frère. Le restaurant est fermé. Watch out for gender and number. Possessive adjectives. They are small but important, like mon, ma, mes, ton, ta, tes, son, sa, c'est. For example, c'est mon frère, voici ma sœur, j'aime mes parents. Adjective agreement. Adjectives in French agree with the noun in gender and number. For example, un garçon sympa, une fille sympa, deux filles sympas. Adjective agreement. Adjectives in French agree with the noun in gender and number. For example, un gentil garçon, une gentille fille, deux gentilles filles. Don't forget the final E or S in writing. Preposition of place and time. You will need this for speaking and writing, like à for a city, en, au for countries, chez at someone home or place, avec, with, pour, for, sans, without, devant, in front of, derrière, behind, sur, on, sous, under. For example, j'habite à Madrid, je vais chez mon ami, le sac est sous la table. Expression with avoir. Many expressions in French use avoir, not être. For example, j'ai faim, tu as froid, elle a 20 ans. Don't say je suis 20 ans. It's always j'ai 20 ans. J'ai plus age. Useful structures for communication. Memorize short useful phrases like je voudrais, I would like, c'est combien, how much is it? Je ne comprends pas, I don't understand. Pouvez-vous répéter s'il vous plaît? Can you repeat please? Je suis désolée, I'm sorry. À quelle heure? At which time? Où est? Raise? Let's now review core vocabulary you need for all 4 exam sections. These words appear often in the DELF A1 exam. Learn them by heart. Personal info, nom, prénom, âge, nationalité, adresse, numéro de téléphone, date de naissance, profession, travail, étudiant, étudiante. Family, mère, père, sœur, frère, enfant, parent, mari, femme, amis, collègues, voisins, voisines. Daily life, maison, école, travail, ville, matin, après-midi, soir, jour de la semaine, lundi, mardi, etc. Mois, janvier, février, etc. Times and dates, aujourd'hui, demain, hier, maintenant, plus tard, bientôt, à midi, à 14h, vers 18h, en retard, à l'heure. Food and shopping. Pain, fromage, légumes, viande, fruits. Acheter, payer, prix, promotion, gratuit. 1 kilo, une bouteille de, un paquet de. Travel and transport. Gare, aéroport, arrêt, métro, bus. Billet, ticket, destination, départ, arrivée. Health. Malade, médecin, rendez-vous. Fièvre, mal à la tête, pharmacie. Hobbies and activities. Lire, regarder la télé, écouter de la musique, faire du sport, aller au cinéma, voyager, cuisiner. Common verbs like aimer, avoir, être, aller, faire, parler. Habiter, travailler, venir, pouvoir, devoir. Useful expressions like je suis désolé, d'accord, pas de problème. Je ne sais pas. Je pense que oui. Peut-être. Je crois que non. Merci beaucoup. De rien. À bientôt. Bonne journée. You've now reviewed all the essential grammar and vocabulary for the DELF A1. Remember, you don't need to be perfect, just clear, calm, and confident. Focus on what you do know, use simple structures, and don't panic if you forget a word. Just keep communicating. Thank you for watching and see you in the last video. Hi and welcome to the last lesson. You made it to the last step and now it's time to talk about the exam day itself. You study hard, learn vocabulary, practice grammar, and completed exercise. But what will happen on the actual day of the DELF A1 exam? In this video, I will explain everything you need to know. What to bring, how the day is organized, what happens in each part of the exam, what to do if you feel nervous, and finally, a bit of motivation to help you feel confident and ready. Before the exam, what to bring? On the day of your exam, make sure you have everything prepared. Here's a checklist. A valid photo ID, in your passport or national ID, your convocation letter or registration confirmation, a pen or two, black or blue ink, water and a snack, optional for breaks, comfortable clothes, you might be citing for a while. Check the location of the test center in advance and leave early. It's better to arrive early and relaxed than rush and arrive stressed. How the day is organized. The DELF A1 exam is divided into two main parts, the written exam, listening, reading and writing, and the oral exam, speaking with an examiner. Depending on your test center, you might do both parts on the same day or on a different days. Always check your schedule carefully. The written part, group session. This part is done in a classroom with other candidates. It includes listening, 20 minutes, reading, 30 minutes, writing, 30 minutes. The three sessions happen one after the other with short breaks or no breaks in between, depending on the center. During this part, you must be silent. You cannot leave the room until the session ends. You will receive answer sheets or write in your booklet, depending on the center's instruction. You will hear the listening audio 2 times. Listen carefully to the instruction before each part. The staff will explain how to fill in your answer. The oral part, individual session. You will have a scheduled time for the speaking exam. Sometimes it's before the written exam, sometimes after. Here's what happened. You wait in a waiting room. You receive your oral task and have 10 minutes to prepare. Then you enter the exam room and speak with one examiner. The oral exam has 3 parts. Guided interview. The examiner asks questions about you. Information exchange, you ask and answer questions from picture cards. Role play, you simulate a real-life situation at the restaurant, at the shop, etc. The whole oral part lasts 5 to 7 minutes. The oral exam has 3 parts. Guided interview, the examiner asks questions about you. Information exchange, you ask and answer questions from picture cards. Role play, you simulate a real-life situation at the restaurant, at the shop. The whole oral part lasts 5 to 7 minutes. You are not judged on perfection. The goal is to show that you can communicate clearly in basic French. What if you feel stressed? Feeling nervous before a language exam is completely normal. But remember, the DELF A1 is designed for beginners. It's not a test to trick you. It's here to measure your basic communication skill. Here are some ways to manage your stress. Breathe. Take a few deep breaths. Breathing slowly helps calm your mind and lower your heart rate. Positive self-talk. Say to yourself, I prepared, I know this, I'm ready. Confidence comes from focusing on what you can do, not what you can't. Don't aim for perfection. You can still pass the exam even if you make some mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, even native speakers. What matters is that you stay calm and keep going. Focus on the task. During each part, focus only on the correct question or section. Don't think about the next one or the last one. Stay in the moment. Use the time. Use every minute you have. Don't leave early. In the writing section, always reread your answers if you finish early. Common question about exam day. Let's answer a few common doubts students have. What if I don't understand a question? In the oral exam, it's okay to ask the examiner to repeat. C'est pardon? Pouvez-vous répéter s'il vous plaît? In the written parts, you can ask the supervisor to explain the instruction, but they cannot help with vocabulary or answer. Can I use a dictionary? No, dictionaries are not allowed. What is the passing score? You need at least 50 out of 100 overall, and at least 5 out of 25 in each skill: listening, reading, writing, speaking. That means you can be weaker in one area as long as you don't get below 5. So now let's take a moment to talk about you. You've put it in the work, you studied, repeat, practice, made mistakes, improve, and stayed consistent. That's not easy. It takes discipline and courage to learn a new language and to take a real exam. Maybe when you started French, you didn't think you get this far, but here you are. You're preparing to pass an official French exam, and you're doing it step by step. This exam is just the beginning. Think of what it means. You will prove that you can communicate in French. You will receive a diploma recognized internationally. You will have more confidence for your next goal, A2, B1, or even daily conversation in France. And you will show yourself that you can finish what you started. Remember, this is not a test of intelligence. It's not about knowing complicated grammar. It's about understanding basic French, asking simple questions, talking about yourself, reading real-life text, reading short, clear messages, and being able to handle everyday situations. And you can do that. You already know how, you've practiced all of it. The exam is just your chance to show it. Let's finish with 10 last-minute tips to help you succeed. Get a good night's sleep before the exam. Your brain needs rest. Eat breakfast or a light meal. Don't go on an empty stomach. Arrive early. Rushing adds stress. Bring everything you need: ID, pen, water, double check. Listen carefully to all instructions before starting each section. Read the question first. In reading and listening, that helps you focus. Manage your time. Don't spend too long on one question. Review your writing. Check for accent, genders, verbs. Speak clearly. In the oral exam, it's okay to pause, smile, and breathe. It helps more than you think. So, are you ready? Yes, you are. You've worked hard, you follow method, you review the grammar and vocabulary, you know the structure of each part of the exam, you've practiced listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Now it's time to trust yourself and go for it. The DELF A1 exam is just one more step on your French journey, and whatever your result, you should be proud of your progress. This is your moment. Walk into that exam with confidence. Bonne chance if you got this.
Congratulations on completing the DELF A1 Mastery course. You have now mastered the exam format, built crucial listening and reading strategies, perfected your form filling and message writing skills, and gained confidence in your speaking tasks. If you ever need support, join our learner forum to ask questions and share tips. If this course helps you feel prepared, please leave us a review. It guides improvement and helps future learners find the right path. Thank you for learning with us, and good luck on the exam day.